Now, if I have done everything correctly, this should be live. Chat, has the PDF been rotated correctly? Can you see me? Can you hear me? Are you getting ads? Actually, that's kind of... Is that supposed to happen at the start? Oh well. Doesn't matter. Whatever. Guess I messed up that setting. Good. Well, I have a bunch of tea. I have all of the most recent skins in League of Legends right in front of me. And I figure, instead of thinking about the bad stuff that is happening, or the good stuff that's happening, or any of the stuff that is happening, why don't we just look at skins for a while and talk about some skins and just, like, hang out and pretend that the world outside doesn't exist for a while. Assuming, of course, that if you're American that you already have voted, like, you know, please do that if you can, safely. But outside of that, let's just ignore it for a bit. Just think of literally anything else until it ends. Tea. So, I'm gonna give it a couple of minutes for people to, you know, show up and figure out that this thing is happening. But in the meantime, I guess I'll talk about... we're not going to talk about base skins, because that's for the What's the Deal With videos. You'll get my Seraphine video soon enough, but we will talk about the KDA skins, including Seraphine's Ultimate. We'll talk about Little Devil Fizz, and we'll I think just go in chronological order until we all get tired and need to go to bed. I think that's how we're going to spend tonight. I should probably order some food, though, at some point. Just so I have something to eat. Or maybe, I guess I have leftovers. Oh, well. Will you upload this on YouTube? Well, yes. The stream is going to be on YouTube. It's going to be right there. You can watch it anytime you want once it's done. Let me see. How we do? Oh, good lord, there's like 1,000 people here. What the hell? I guess a lot of people didn't want to think about the everything today. I can't say that I blame you. Rip into Ruined King soon. Oh, I look forward to seeing how he shakes out in League. We know how Ruined King is going to look in the Ruined King game. I wonder how much of that is going to translate to League of Legends. But that is discussion for another time. Like I said, I'm going to give it like 5-10 minutes before we actually start for people to show up and realize, oh, hey, there's a stream. I want to look at this, so that they don't, because I feel like a lot of people probably want to hear about the KDA stuff, and that's going to be first. So I'll give people a moment or two to show up. My channel is not almost at 100K. It is not almost at 100K. I'm at like 78K or something. There's a statistical tool called Social Blade, and because my brain is poisoned by statistics and analytics, I look at it sometimes and I go, okay, how long does Social Blade think until I reach like a milestone? And it's still gonna be like a year before I get within driving distance of 100K. So don't worry, it's almost 80K. But yes, fair enough. Fair enough. Like 1,000 out of 80,000 is probably not that surprising, I guess. How am I? I'm just trying not to think about it. But I am okay. Oh, hello. I think I need to get them to not post messages here anymore. Please don't post messages like that. You guys didn't see it because YouTube's automatic systems caught it, but nah. Jerk. What's my job outside of YouTube? Oh, nothing, my friend. If this goes wrong, I'm fucked. This is all I have. So, once again, for those who are joining, because boy, howdy, that number keeps going up, we're going to be just going through the skins chronologically. We're going to be ignoring the classic skins, the base skins, because that's for different videos, but we'll just go through it chronologically. Start with the ones that came out in 2020, move on to the 2019 ones, and we'll see how long we go. Like, eventually my voice is going to give out, but hey, I mean, I've done these for like 10 hours before, so who knows? Oh, I may have to institute a slightly longer slow mode on the chat because I can't follow what the hell is going on. Sorry, guys. But I do want to be able to see what you guys are saying, and right now it's going past a little bit too quickly. How do you get an invite for the Discord server? Actually, good point. Let me do that. Let me give you an invite to the Discord server. I'm gonna post that in chat in just a second. And you guys, if you want to hop in, you can. Let me see. Where the hell's the welcome room there? Normally I do that on streams. Usually but all the time I forget. Okay. Join the Discord if you want, I type, and there we go. And I'll put that in the description as well. So anyone who comes in later can maybe also see it. There we go. Anyway, if you want to join the Discord, that link is there for that. And we're about 5 minutes in, which means probably the people who are gonna show up are gonna show up. So, let me just take another sip of tea, then we'll deal with a couple of super chats that came in. And then we'll get into it. Starting with the KDA skins. Johnny Yu, thank you for that super chat. You're actually doing it. I didn't think you would do it. Well, I figured it would be something to save for a special occasion, and today seems like as good a time as any. We're not going to get through every skin. We're not going to get through all of them. Absolutely not. But we're going to get through as many as we can anyway, and before my voice, gives out. I may have to stop every once in a while to make more tea. Bright Karma, thank you. Here's a thingy. That's very kind of you. Thanks. Whoop, whoop. Distractions, says Jade Montia. And that's very true. I agree. Sanyako sends 10 of currency. I don't know what it is, but I'm very grateful to have it. Thank you. Today, I've watched you for the first time. You're great. Oh, thank you. That's kind of you to say. Thank you for this stream. Need to not look at today. Yes, John Michael Rondella, I fully agree. Use this money to start playing Genshin Impact and buy some rolls. Oh yeah, I could do that. Well, depending on how things shake out in election land tonight, maybe we'll play Genshin Impact tomorrow if people need more distractions. Why not? We could try it. Although I probably won't be spending any money on it because I don't really like that. Anyway, there was also a donation from Rat saying, keep up the good work. Thank you very much. That's kind of you. Anyway, let's talk about KDA. And we'll start with Dear Kaiser here. And my general feeling about the KDA skins is like, they're not really for me. Which, like, yeah, no shit, you're a 32-year-old Scandinavian. Like, of course it's not for you. But in the sense of, like, this is made to appeal to some things that aren't really within my experience, and so I don't want to be too harsh on them. But I will say that, like, overall, the skin line, like, the characters as they're presented across the line, I feel like they could have done a little bit more to differentiate them. Like, I feel like the original KDA skins had a stronger individual identity for each character, whereas with, like, if you look at Kaiser and Evelyn, it feels a lot more like they're going for, like, a unified aesthetic across the whole group, which is, like, yeah, that's a K-pop thing, I guess. Like, that's something that K-pop groups do. So, okay. But for me as a character designer, I'm like, but yeah, I mean, because like we can clearly see the difference between these two is like Kaiser is like clearly like she's a little bit more covered up. She's got this very tight clothing to accentuate her movements because she's a dancer. She's got the really long ponytail that gives her that flowing movement thing. Yeah, that all makes sense. And Evelyn is more like, oh, this is the diva. This is like the sexy mommy, step on me, femdom lady character. Cool. I can see both of those identities, but like you could have done more. Like you could have differentiated the colors a little bit. Like there's stuff you could have done. But again, I might just kind of be missing the point because it's K-pop and I'm not familiar with that aesthetic world, really. Like I'm barely familiar with the aesthetic world of Western pop. So I don't want to be too harsh on it, except to say that like I feel like they could have gone harder. Like, especially, like, the one that kind of disappointed me was Akali, because she, within the dynamic of KD, is clearly, she's the more tomboyish. Like, she's the one who, like, presents a little bit more mask, a little bit more butch, a lot of the time. Not that she's unfeminine, but, like, that she represents that spectrum of femininity more. And again, it's like, a little bit more could have been done to push that, I feel like. You could have gone a little bit harder on bringing some more punk aesthetics into it, rather than just, like, the crop top leather jacket thing. This is like, yeah, little things like that here and there where I feel like the whole skin line is called All Out, right? Like it's called All Out. It's called we're going fucking ham, we're going maximum, and then it's like everyone's slick and pretty in mostly the same ways, I think. And I think my chat has frozen, so I can't see what people are saying. Hang on. YouTube, why do you do this to me? It did this yesterday as well. It's fucking annoying. But like that's my general feeling about the KDA skin line. I think individually they're all cool. Like they all look pretty. They all look hot. They all look fun. But it's like you called the line all out. So like you could have pushed a little harder, which gets us on to my darling Seraphine. Oh yes. Yes, my dear, I'm afraid we shall have to tackle you over the course of this live stream a little bit. And putting aside the questionable decision of launching a character with an ultimate skin, which is like, but like launching the ultimate skin is supposed to be like the ultimate celebration of the player base, and like, oh, this is the greatest power fantasy for this character, like Ezreal teleporting spacesuit thing, and Udyr actually gets to have a real character model that looks okay, you know, that kind of thing. Well, I mean, my thoughts on Ahri are the same as they apply to Ahri, to the others. It's like, this is fine. It's not really for me, and that's okay. But it's just like, she's the queen diva of the team, right? Like, she's the queen, she's the leader, she's the front person, she's the central character. Well, she could have done a little more with, like, you could have made her a little bit more ostentatious, a little bit more, like, pushed it a little harder. Anyway, the ultimate skin decision for Seraphine is like, that's it's not a great decision overall, especially when Riot as a company likes to say, player experience first, and then it's like, you take the most hype skin release you get for any kind of champion ever, and you apply it to a new character that nobody has any reason to care about yet. It's not really the... We'll talk about Seraphine more extensively when I do the What's the Deal video, but business decision is not... It's not super great. So what about the thing it's supposed to be? We have this narrative arc for Seraphine where she goes from like bedroom basic Instagram girl doing song covers with like fairy lights and boba, and she has a cat whom she posts pictures of, to rising star kind of thing. Was like, she's got a bit of a career, like, oh, she's putting out some albums and stuff, and she's got this new video, woo! And then we get Seraphine as actual KDA superstar, collaborator, whatever the hell they want to do with the storyline there, kind of thing. And you can see that they've put some thought into how that progression is going to shake out, where Seraphine, like in her room, starts out in these like relatable white girl sweaters. Again, it's very Instagram aesthetic, which also, outside of my particular experience, I don't want to bag on it or anything. It's just, yes, this looks exactly like the thing that it's supposed to look like, which I suppose is a mark of quality. Like, she starts out in this is like relatable, #relatable kind of situation, and then transitions into something where it's like, clearly she has some success, but it's not overwhelming yet. But her outfits start to transition there, like from sort of everyday, common, sensible outfits of like, oh, this is autumn, we'll wear some sweaters and tie a thing around our waist and go outside with some shoes on, like that kind of thing, to, oh, okay, here's like a performance outfit, this is a stage presence, this is a character that's been put some work into in terms of presenting an image. And you can also see the colors of KDA begin to creep into her color design a little bit, with the blue dip dye thing going on her hair, and just like the general introduction of more bluish tones and hues into her character design, where before she's all dominated by mostly pinks and warms. We get this, and then we get to the KDA version of her, where she's like completely like all up in blue, all up in KDA colors, like fully pop starified. And like, yeah, that progression works. I guess there were some technical limitations that meant you couldn't just have her transform in-game, which sucks. Like, again, for an ultimate skin, surely you could have made it work. Like, you couldn't, really? Sona can do it at a whim, but not okay, fine. Whatever. But yeah, it's like I can see the idea of the story progression for Seraphine here. Like, that she goes from this sort of down-to-earth, is that a mandolin that she's built into a lamp? What the hell? Why are there strings on that thing? Oh, anyway. Like, where you see this progression of character, which is supposed to reflect her storyline. And in that sense, like, it's fairly well executed. Like, none of them look bad. They all do a good job of telling the story. It's just, like, when you think about the 3,250 RP price tag, like that $20 that they want you to spend on it, again, much like the rest of the KDA line, it feels like you could have pushed harder on all of this. Like, you could have gone further. You could have been a little bit more bold. You could have been a little bit more, like, extreme, a little bit more creative. Honestly. Anyway, I think there were some more super chats and stuff. Hang on. Let me just... I have a list here. Right. Tinarlet? I would love to see a video about Hades' art style. Yeah, maybe. I mean, maybe later. I'm only like 8 episodes into it over in the second channel, so that'll swing. I hope your throat doesn't die from this stream. I'm sorry I can't pronounce your name. I can't read that particular character set. I hope your throat won't die from this stream. Good luck. Thank you very much. Will I be satisfied with your comments on Odyssey's Guide? I don't know. I suppose you'll have to stick around and find out, Hunter in the Moonlight. And there was a $3 donation from Zoe. Thank you so much for the distraction stream. I'm standing in line and this is keeping me grounded. Hey, good job, Zoe. Like, voting right now is scary. I don't blame anyone for not being super jazzed about it, so good job on you. Frankly. Okay. That's the KDA stuff out of the way. Like, it's fine. It all looks pretty. Like, I don't like the Prestige Kaiser, but then I don't like any of the Prestige skins. Like, Prestige skins are boring to me. They're just less interesting versions of the base skin. Like, gold and white, and that's it. It's gold and white. So I don't have high... But the one thing I kind of dislike about the Kaiser skin is they do the fucking black hair with a colored streak trope, which as a character design feature is just so fucking old. Like, oh my god, think of literally anything else to do with black hair except the one colored stripe thing. Like, for real human beings it's fine, but for characters we can do better. So, Pumpkin Prince Amumu, who doesn't have a friend, and never will, and he will die alone. So, the Halloween skins in League of Legends are a little bit... we don't really have well, we kind of have. We don't really have Halloween in Scandinavia. We have something called Fastelavn, which happens in the spring, which is like the same thing kids in costumes go around begging for candy from houses, or at least they used to. But we don't really have Halloween here in the same way. Toy shops are really trying to push it. Like, toy shops really fucking want to have us... Like, they really want us to buy costumes twice a year. But it's not a thing we have, so I don't really have a lot of memories connected to Halloween as a whole. So Riot's Halloween skins have never really hit at, like, a, oh my god, this is Halloween, yay, nostalgia kind of feel for me. But in terms of like, the way that at least the splash arts look, Amumu's character model desperately needs a freaking character... desperately needs an update, but in terms of, like, this is a pumpkin-headed Amumu? Yeah, sure, like, that's what that looks like. You can kind of tell that he has really freaky, dumb, weird feet that need to be changed in an update, but I do like the little visual references that they cram into this version of the character, where you have, like, the little green glowing eye thing, which is also manifesting on, like, the Blitzcrank Cauldron skin. That was from last year, was it? Something like that? Like little references that they're building this internal lore universe. And just on the splash art itself, I like that we have, like, the Poro, we have the Braum pumpkin, we have, I think it's a Timo pumpkin over here. There's little details here that always makes the Halloween skins kind of fun. But yeah, I don't have a lot of personal connect. Halloween isn't the best time of year for me or anything, because we don't have it. So, don't really have that connection. I do like the little aspect of him, the little leaves he's got over his head that sort of approximate a sad boy haircut. like the little sad kid who doesn't have any friends who want to go trick-or-treating with him on Halloween. Yeah, sure. And the extra little detail of a couple of the bewitching characters flying past on the moon up here. That's a nice little touch on the splash art. I tried to find a way where I could do the splash art and then also see the character models at the same time. But that would have had to happen in the character model viewer, which I'd have to alt-tap back and forth and find the skins. It was like, fuck it, no, it didn't want to. So we're just looking at the splash arts for the purposes of this particular stream. Which leads us on to Bewitching Elise. And now the Bewitching characters, I'm not like the hugest fan of the Bewitching line, because again, kind of like my criticism of the KDA, it's like, it's a little bit... A lot of it is a little bit, because it's just like, here is character, but she wears sexy witch costume. which is the case for, like, pretty much all of the Bewitching characters. Let me see if I can't... Let me filter. Thank you. No. Okay, it doesn't have a filter for it the same way that... Really? It doesn't? Bewitching. Okay, fine, we'll just take them as we're going on. But all of the Bewitching character skins are just like, here is the character, but they're wearing like a sexy witch costume that you would get at a Halloween store, but like a really upscale one that's fancy. Which is like, yeah, that's in the spirit of Halloween, I guess. And it's fine, like it's a fun fantasy thing. It's just could do something else too, you know? Like could do a little bit more. But again, it's not really aimed at me in the same way. I do like Bewitching Misfortune. We'll get to her eventually. But yeah, it's a little bit where when it comes to the Halloween skins, I prefer something like Little Pumpkin Prince Amumu or Little Devil Fizz, where it's like we push a fantasy of here is the character, but what if they were a Halloween creature like a demon or a devil or a skeleton or anything? That's more fun for me. The Cauldron Blitzcrank skin is one of my favorite skins in a very long time, actually. Whereas Bewitching is like, yeah, sure, fine, whatever. Speaking of which, Little Devil Fizz. Now, this is a skin fantasy. I'll deal with the super chat in a second. I saw it, don't worry. Little Devil Fizz is like, I know Fizz is considered really annoying. Like, he's like a fucking annoying champion to play against. He's the trickster. He's supposed to be a little bit of a bastard. It's sort of, I get that it plays into that aspect of him, but I gotta say, like, in terms of, like, that worked so well for Teemo. Like, it worked so well for Teemo. Specifically because Teemo isn't supposed to be Satan himself, the devil unleashed, like the Prince of Lies who walks this earth and, like, seeks to destroy us all. He's not supposed to be that, but because he's so fucking annoying to play against in-game, everybody was like, no, this is the spawn of Satan himself. And that's the meme that they were leaning into, and that's kind of what made Little Devil Teemo fun. With Fizz, it's more like, yeah, this is Fizz, but more. Fizz was already supposed to be kind of a little bastard. Like, he was already supposed to be a little bit of a devil character. Not that it's bad. I do like it, but it's like, does that really work as well as it does with Teemo now? But I don't think it's a bad skin. It's just when you're compared to Little Devil Teemo, you tend to come up short because that's a fantastic skin. I do like that he has the little beard. They turned him into a tiny little furry. I do like that, rather than, like, they made him, like, more of an impish demon character rather than turn him into a hell salamander or something, like a lizard thing, which would have been the obvious thing to do. I like that a little bit more. Wish they could have done more with the outfit, but that's always the problem with Yordles, in terms of their character skins, is that, like, the Yordle is like 90% head. The head is the vast majority of any Yordle character model, especially from the League of Legends perspective when you're looking from top down. So there's just not much point in costuming them. Like, there's no point giving them elaborate costumes because no one's gonna see them, because they're all only gonna see the bobbing head and the weapon. And that's just sort of part and parcel of how Yordle character design works, is you just kind of have to take that into consideration. And so they do. Right. More super chats. Good lord. I hope I get to talk about skins without ignoring people. If I miss one, by the way, feel free to let me know in chat. Let's see. There was a donation from Mr. Mine HD. I need distraction from the thing, from my study and my boredom, so thank you 3 times. Thank you very much. That's very kind of you. Let's see. Whenever Riot reveals their latest bland anime girl / e-boy, my first thought is, oh boy, can't wait for Skyn to rip into this. Oh man, I don't like that I have this reputation as like a mean guy who hates everything. Because, like, I love a lot of it. It's just that, you know, when there's some bad stuff there, I feel like I should go hard on it. It's just, there's so much good stuff too. I try to be positive sometimes. I try. Anyway. Are you ready to say that skin came out last year, and for chat to say, no, Skyn, that skin came out six years ago? Yeah, I've got it in chronological order now, so I probably won't get it too wrong. There's a little date underneath and everything. But, yeah, oh god. Everything before 2020 feels like it was 6 years ago. So, you know. Let's see. Valthuter. Jesus Christ, that's 100 euros. That's a lot just to tell me something. Thank you. The pick of Francis Drake from Fate and the What's the Deal with Samira makes me want you to do an artwork and animation review of the servants in the mobile Fate game Fate Grand Order, such as Metrolis, Abigail Williams, Edmund Dantes, Florence Nightingale. Good content. Thank you. That's an extremely generous super chat. That's very kind of you. I have actually thought about doing some Fate content about Fate, especially specifically about how Fate appropriates history for the purposes of its character fantasies, because it's an object lesson in cultural appropriation, like what that actually means as a term. But it's also fascinating just to see like how does a culture who doesn't give a shit about our historical heroes and whatever, how do they look at our history and go, oh, we can use that, yoink, the same way that like Western game developers and stuff tend to look at cultures from other parts of the world and just go, oh, we'll just slap some of that into our video game and don't give a shit about the context. Like, that's fun, but it's not in the cards right now because Riot are keeping me busy, and I have Bloodborne and... Anyway, I hope that was a okay answer for all the money that you paid for it. Jesus Christ. The Mara's channel. My man, hope everything is alright. Many thanks for all the hard work. Thank you very much. Hello, please stay hydrated. How long are you streaming today? Kate Rose, I'm streaming until I get tired. Let's see, Seraphine's publicist. Oh, you're having your work cut out for... Okay, they sent me a super chat. Other than the highly stereotypicalized Olaf, what kind of character would you like to see represent the Scandinavians? Ooh, actually, we have, there's a long history in Scandinavian culture for, elves. We have like elves, as Tolkien reinterpreted elves based on like old British Celtic traditions and also like on a lot of Finnish folklore. But we have a very specific version of elves and trolls and fairies in Scandinavia, specifically like a shared mythology that I really wish games would dip into a bit more. So it'd be nice to have like a Scandinavian elf champion, like some little slight goblin-looking thing that plays a fiddle and tries to seduce you to jumping into a waterfall and drowning, that kind of thing. Obsidian, Jesus Christ, stop giving me super chats. I'm trying to talk about skins, you guys. Oh, Lord. Your channel really helps encourage and motivate me to continue studying illustration and animation. Also, Ezreal Twink Nation Rise. Well, yeah. Obsidian, thank you very much. Can I say Fizz's eyes give Shara Ishvalda vibes? Yes, I think that's supposed to happen, Crimson Boop. Jessica and Guyan, hey TB, love your videos. My studies have been pretty difficult, but you helped me get through them. Thank you. You're very welcome. And I'm glad that I can be helpful somehow. Couch, Jesus Christ, thank you. It's $100, good Lord. You are good. Don't forget you are good. I'm trying. I try to remember that, and I try to live up to it also. The I'm try melt me, and this isn't much, but I hope you like it. Thanks. Raminia boy, I don't know what I'm try means, but I'm glad you enjoy it. Love your content and your skill to stretch a 2-minute video into an hour-long rant. Keep up the good work. Yes, I know. That's very much my brand. That's a generous super chat, Death Fairy. Thank you very much. Speaking of using mythologies in games, have you ever looked at Shin Megami Tensei? It's like, yes, I know about Shin Megami Tensei, and it's very much the same kind of thing, except they're appropriating from, like, well, not appropriating, because it's Japanese people using Shinto, basically, as a backdrop, and then appropriating some aesthetics from, like, Christianity and stuff into it. You belong to us now. You'll be reading super chats until the end. Yes, this is a super chat reading stream now, I guess. Big dummy. Oh, God, I'm trying to get through it. Hero of Mithra. I think Tristan Poppy are exceptional to that Yordle rule. They're newer with better animations and less head something Yordle head. Yeah, I mean, a little. No, I mean Tristana and Poppy are still mostly their heads in terms of like their animation and the way that they they're created. And then Arrow Hunter, I don't know what that message was because you retracted it, but thank you for the super chat. Holy crap, all the money variants, lol. Love to see the international audience. Take care of yourself. Yes, thank you, Jay. There is a lot of different currencies. I have no idea how much any of this is a lot of the time. And my chat is frozen again. God damn it, YouTube. What the fuck? Okay. I think that was all of them. I'm gonna have to rap god my way through that stuff, aren't I? Don't send me long super chats. Good lord. Where the hell were we? Right, Odyssey Karma. We have the new Odyssey skins. Let's actually just open up all of those together. So, Odyssey is one of my favorite skin lines in League of Legends. Like, I really, really, really like Odyssey. Odyssey's cool. Odyssey, it's like space western fantasy, sort of Firefly inspired, a little bit of Star Wars, a little bit. It was such a cool universe. That they created, where I was really fascinated. Like, they had that animated short that set up like the stakes of, we have this scrappy little team of people aboard a spaceship, and they have to transport this Templar from one end of the universe to the other, and they're being chased by this psychotic Inquisitor character who's possessed by an evil weapon from deep space that represents the void, kind of thing. That was so fucking cool, and I desperately wanted them to follow up with that, but the thing that happens with skin lines and storytelling in League of Legends is, much like with the Star Guardian skins, is the writers don't get to do jack shit unless there's a skin that can be sold. Like, that's the way Riot operates, is that they don't develop their skin lines at all, and they don't develop the story there unless they can tie it into some kind of publishing event that's related to skins, that's related to some kind of in-game event like the Star Guardians game mode. They just don't let the writers do it, and it's really fucking annoying. It's something it feels like they're kind of ramping up to change it a little bit, because they're introducing the idea of like a skin multiverse that has like its own set of rules and its own set of storytelling tropes that are going on. So it's like, I really fucking hope that we get to see like the Odyssey skins, the Odyssey crew, and the Star Guardians, and all of the like the skin lines that have narratives outside of just the context of, hey, there's a sale. But for now, that's one of my big disappointments, because the problem that creates is that we get introduced to the leader of the Templar Order, right? Which is Karma, who's the leader of the Templar Order that Sona is from. And like, really powerful character in the Odyssey universe, like, oh, she controls aura really well and has mystical knowledge, blah, blah. And all of that comes across well in her character design. Like, this does look like the kind of high space fantasy oracle priestess character sort of thing. Like, it looks really good. And like, there's probably a good character in there with like an interesting character dynamic with Sona, where like she's like the one that Sona really looks up to and wants to obey, but Sona has to do her own thing. Like, there's a bunch of good stuff there, and the character design looks good. Like, we have like the really like the smooth curving lines of like the Odyssey skin universe thing, like that really defines a lot of the aesthetic. That same kind of color aesthetic with lots of gradients. Lots of warm colors. We have the gold and the blue and the purple that fits really well with sort of a mystical order thing. All of that, quite good. It's just, I wish, because with the Odyssey skin line, instantly, like, Odyssey Jinx, Odyssey Malphite, Odyssey Yasuo, Odyssey Sona, even Odyssey 6 to a lesser extent, I immediately understood, oh, what are the character relationships between these characters? How do they interact? What do they get up to in their off time? Like, why am I supposed to give a shit about these people? Odyssey Kayn, like, you understand them instantly. But in this, like, expansion of the universe, it's like, who the fuck is this guy and why should I give a shit? Like, how does he relate to my anchor point, which is the original skin line, like the core storyline of the crew of the Morning Star trying to make their way across the universe to save the galaxy from some dark plot by Kayn and Rast. Not 100% clear. Aatrox in this skin universe is like, he's a mercenary dude who was injured and bad stuff, and then aura, and now he wants because of thing. Like, they all have plot lines, they all have stuff that's developed for them, and they could be really good character additions. Like the mercenary crew that Sivir and Kha'Zix and Twisted Fate are a part of would be great, like, villains for, like, the mid part of the story of the Morning Stars they're trying to get across the universe in the Odyssey storyline. But it's just, because the Odyssey storyline has not developed, because they've done fuck all with it ever since they first published this amazing fucking thing, these guys show up, and there's not that much reason to care about them from a story perspective. Anyway, that's my rant about storylines and skin universes. Let's talk about actual character design. And Aatrox, to me, is a little bit disappointing in terms of, because, like, he looks a lot like every other Aatrox, like, which, yeah, I guess that makes sense. But in terms of, when you think about, like, Kha'Zix, who's like this space robot with psi blades, and, like, Sivir, who's got this whole, like, space mercenary thing going on with her, Aatrox is just more like, oh yeah, that's Aatrox. He's got this little bit of glowy gold on him, but it's just Aatrox. They could have, again, I feel like they could have done a lot more, like, making more of a cyborg, like, give him robot parts, or have him have a gun in a holster on his leg that he doesn't use, but it's just like so that he has a laser gun because he's in a space universe. Or give him jetpacks instead of whatever this thing, like instead of wings, give him jetpacks, you know? That kind of thing, where it's like, yeah, I mean, it's fine. It's just, he's not that interesting as a character. He's not, I don't really get a sense of, like what's this guy's personality except mid-boss. Like, he's a mid-boss of the Odyssey universe. But not really, he doesn't look like a final boss. He doesn't really look like someone who's impactful long-term on the storyline. So, I don't know. Odyssey Sivir, though, I kind of really like this. It has like a really like 90s space anime vibe. Like it's the real kind of thing that could have showed up in like a cheap knockoff of Cowboy Bebop in like the late 90s, early 2000s. She really has that vibe. Like there's a good 80s vibe going on, especially with the cropped jacket and the shoulder piece. I kind of wish they'd done something a little bit more interesting than just give her a jumpsuit, because she's got the scarf and stuff. Like I feel like she could have had more of a space cowboy kind of aesthetic, a little more Spike Spiegel, something along those lines. But I do like it. Like I do like the purple hair with the big bangs and like the silly eyepiece and stuff. It has that slightly goofy 90s anime vibe that I really feel like the Odyssey universe benefits from having. So I like Odyssey Sivir a lot. Like I think that's a really cool skin. And with Kha'Zix, yeah, if you have a Odyssey universe assassin robot kind of thing, yeah, sure, that's what it looks like. I don't think it's exceptional. I think it's fine, but again, it's one of those things where, like, much like with Aatrox, like, if Aatrox had looked a little bit more like this, I think they would have had a good synergy with each other. They would have kind of informed each other's aesthetics. But because Kha'Zix doesn't really look like anything else in the Odyssey universe so far, it's a little hard to... It's fine. Like, there's nothing wrong with it. It's fine. It's just, I'm not getting a huge charge of like, oh yeah, it's so cool. I do like that he has more of an insect aesthetic, like in his turnaround, in his character model. You have this you have these little curved insect wings that look solid, like they're made out of some kind of space glass instead of being made out of magic energy. That I feel like kind of works better. Like I like him better when he's a little bit more solid and a little bit less space energy floating all around him and more, no, this is a robot, it has blades on it, kind of thing. So, I don't know. And I know he's supposed to be a mercenary. I don't think he's actually a robot. He just has a suit or whatever, but you know what I mean. And then we have Odyssey Twisted Fate, which is like, yes, Space Gambler Twisted Fate, that is what Space Gambler Twisted Fate would look like, but compare and contrast that with, like Odyssey Yasuo's character design, who looks like not just Yasuo, but also like he has a different personality than Yasuo, right? This looks like a guy who has the same personality as Twisted Fate already has. Odyssey Yasuo looks more like, oh yeah, this is like Yasuo, but if he grew up completely differently and had like kind of a different personality because of it. That's a little bit more in that direction. I love the detail of the little alien trapped in the jar. This is what I talked about. Riot are they're kind of teasing the idea of the interconnected skin universe, like a multiverse for skins that kind of cross over with each other a little bit, and like they sort of interact and intersect with each other a little bit. So we have the little Meep alien from the astronaut Bard skin, in the same way that we have Rast crossing over from the Darkstar universe into the Odyssey universe, and that makes him the villain of that place because he's a part of the Darkstar, which is bad. I do like that. I do like that they're introducing these little elements of stuff there. That kind of works for me. I will say, I'm not sure about the gambling, like in terms of just the visual effects on his skin. I do like that he has a mask when he's in his skin form. But in terms of like the blue card, red card, gold card thing, I don't know. The holographic card thing is cool, but what's to me, I don't instantly see, like, how does he deliver the actual effect of the card? Like, it would be more cool to me if he was throwing little card-shaped devices, like actual devices, rather than these holograms where it's like, how do they do the things they do? But where, like, because then it would be more of like he's using gadgets to do his thing, like he's got this jetpack thing on his back or whatever the hell that is. It would be more like he's like a space hustler using cool gadgets to get by, rather than he has unspecified Iron Man magic in his glove that makes energy thing happen. Which is like, it's a little thing. But like, again, I don't have anything really bad to say about these Odyssey skins. It's just that after how much personality and individuality the original line had, it's a little bit like, I wish there was more of an Odyssey universe for these characters to slot into, like for them to fit into, for their personalities to shine. Okay, there were some more super chats, god damn it. Let's see. Dab, yes, Strix, dab. I am dabbing right now. You can't see it, but I am. Recurring extra. Notice me too, Senpai. I have noticed you, but really, what skin line do you want to see more of? The thing is, I don't really want to see more of any skin line so much as I want to see storylines involving any of the skin storylines that they've set up already. Andrew Kim, you thought it was another question, but it was me! Donation! Yes. Hello from Latino Americas. Thank you very much, FCA. I don't know what that currency is, but thank you very much. Yume-chan, you really helped me learn a lot about not just art and designing, but also developing my political and social views. Please don't take all your political and social cues from me. I'm internet talking man does video game chat. There are better scholars from whom to take your like political ideology, like Marx, for example. You should read Das Kapital. No, you shouldn't. It's boring. Like, you could, but it's not important. Well, it is important, but there are better modern. Anyway, moving on. Holly C, thank you for doing this, guy. I really need this kind of thing right now. I very much appreciate the things you do on the internet, my dude. Thank you very much. That's very kind of you to say. Hunter in the Moonlight again. Odyssey Silver, the best one out of the batch. That's not a Mastery 7 talking. Don't at me. Also, here's some more money because you helped me a lot. Thank you. Thank you. That's very kind of you to say. How does a Mountain King Trundle for mythology skin sound, says Solo Artorius. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Like, like, I don't think Mountain King Trundle would work because the king under the mountain in Norse mythology is traditionally an elf of some kind. No, well, sometimes they're trolls. Depends on where you are. The political views of Soviet meme man. Yes, recurring extra. Getting busy in here, 3,000. Wait, what? Oh no, I haven't kept track of the number. Oh no. Hello. Hi, there's a lot of you. I hope I'm distracting you appropriately. Look at the funny dancing man. He talks about skins. Let's get back to skins before people start sending more super chats. No, goddammit, Dario. Dario, I wanted to say hi with my previous one, Lamau. Cheers from Bulgaria. I will definitely watch you play Genshin. Yes, if people still need a distraction tomorrow, I'll download Genshin Impact and try it out. But I won't pay for any of the gacha stuff because I don't like it. Anyway, the Hextech skins. So the Hextech skins, I think there is a lore somewhere in there. I haven't actually read up on it because I'm kind of not interested, but the Hextech skins have some of the coolest aesthetics in League of Legends, I think. Like there's some really cool stuff going on in terms of, like, you have this sort of Dishonored-esque Victorian steampunk aesthetic, kinda, which is being combined with what I can only describe as like a 1980s crystal sci-fi aesthetic. Like, you know, if you ever watched the original Superman movie, like the 1978 Richard Donner movie, all of the Kryptonian technology, like all of the space technology on Krypton, is represented basically by like lots of crystals that do weird crystal stuff, because that's what science magic looked like in the 1970s. I need tea. And we kind of got the same thing here because like of the whole Hextech thing, which, yes, probably Kassadin here is using the soul of some poor, disturbed Brackern to power his whole thing, which is something that Riot needs to deal with at some point. But, sorry. Like, we have this crystal magic science fiction, like, space technology kind of thing that I really kind of like seeing that combined with something that's as archaic as a Victorian steampunk aesthetic. I think that stuff works really well together. And it's kind of fun. And my chat is frozen again, so I can't see what people are saying. But someone said he looks like a Doctor Who villain, and yes, this is very true. Like, he has that, there is that, it's a slightly lo-fi feeling, like, with some of the Hextech skins, that there is this, they look like animatronics from some 1980s science fiction film. Like, that's basically what they look like, and I really like that. Because that speaks to my nostalgia, you know, so I quite enjoy that. And Hextech Kassadin, like, he's one of the ones where it's like, oh, that's a really cool splash art. and then his actual character model, which we can't see here, unfortunately, I thought was like a little bit less impressive relative to what the actual skin looked like in the splash art. But I dig the aesthetic. Like, I think it's really slick, it's really cool, but it has this nice crunchy retro vibe that I really dig. And then there's Aoshin. Now, he's called Storm Dragon Aurelian Sol or whatever, but this is Aoshin. So, I feel like some people at this point are not really familiar with the history of Aoshin anymore, because this is the whole thing. So Aoshin originally was a character design. I think they unveiled him at like a PAX or something, where it was like this character who was really early in development at Riot, and they had these concept arts for him, and they showed them off, and people were like, wow, that's a Storm Dragon, that's so cool. And then for months and months and months and months, people were just like constantly asking Riot, like, what about Aoshin? You showed off Aoshin. You said Aoshin was coming. You announced him. Where's Aoshin? And Riot constantly were like, either not answering or saying, oh, well, we're working on it. It'll come out at some point. So he became this vaporware champion, like vaporwave champion that just didn't exist. Basically, this meme about Riot announcing shit that they never delivered on. And that took a long time. Eventually, Aoshin morphed into what became Aurelian Sol, and that's normal. Like, that's the normal design process for every video game you have ever played, is that they start out with one idea, and then as they develop it, as they develop the kit, as they develop the universe around them, as they do the storytelling, as the game changes during the development process, so too do the characters, so too do the storylines, so too does everything. So that's like a very normal thing, and the mistake that Riot made was they said, this is a champion we're making, and they said it way too soon. Like, they set people up to expect this character to show up in the game someday, and it completely fucked them up. Anyway, that made Aoshin essentially a meme, which Riot now have decided to capitalize on by turning him into a skin for Aurelian Sol, which I feel like this should have been the launch skin for Aurelian Sol, to give him the Aoshin skin in recognition of the history of the thing. But we got some pretty good Aurelian Sol skins anyway, so it's not like I'm complaining, but that's the history of this character. So what about the character himself? Well, I think we have a turnaround of him in-game that we can actually look at. And he's like, this is basically what Aoshin was originally supposed to do, was like a very straight take on a more traditional Eastern-style dragon. Rather than like the lizard-like dragons that we get mostly in Western fantasy mythology, we have this Eastern-style dragon, like with a long snake-like body, a little bit of a lion face, maybe a beard or something going on. And that's very much what Aoshin was originally designed to do, and that's kind of all that's really here. We still have the influence from Western dragons with like the crown of horns and like the lizard-like crest and ridge over the snout and the nose. We still have that influence. We see that in the tail that is sort of scaled with these armor pieces. But there's this thing that was cool about Aoshin, is you saw that little bit of a fusion of Western and Eastern dragon aesthetics. And that looked really cool and was really not present at all in what Aurelian Sol eventually became. He's much more of a traditional Western dragon with just like a long body. So yeah, I quite like the skin. I really do feel like this should have been like the launch skin for Aurelian in the grand scheme of things. Just because it was such a thing, like, because Riot fucked up and made people expect him. So they should have that should have been their responsibility to take care of that. Moving us on to Storm Dragon Lee Sin. Now, my friend Dinka, who has a lovely YouTube channel, she reacts to things and it's very entertaining. She thirsts hard for this skin when it first came out, I think, and I think that's kind of part of the appeal of Storm Dragon Lee Sin, is that he's like hot anime boy Lee Sin, who has the edgy powers and the confidence and the abs on display kind of thing. E-boy Sin, yes, I see some people calling him E-boy Lee Sin, which is like, yeah, there's a little bit of that. Like, he's sort of the anime protagonist, sexy boy Lee Sin. Which I quite like, although I feel like Set is like right there. I know that, like, it was because Lee Sin hadn't had a good skin in a while and stuff like that, but I feel like this Set would have been like the natural choice for that one, because Lee Sin already has a bunch of skins where he's like hyper confident. Like specifically God Fist Lee Sin, which is like I feel like this is very much Godfist Lee Sin version 2.0, and not just in terms of like his voice lines and his storyline and like the kind of character that he presents in game, but also just in terms of the character design. Like, it's what if Lee Sin, but like cool badass anime powers on top of it. That's kind of that's kind of what it felt like to me, and that kind of bums me out, because like the idea of the whole Stormbringer Aurelion Sol being the patron deity of this martial artist kind of thing, there's some interesting stuff there. I don't think Riot ever really developed it in terms of a storyline very much, but yeah, I like the dragon tattoo thing. Like, it's impossible not to look at Overwatch and be like, oh, a dragon tattoo that summons dragon magic. Wow, that's original. But like, that's a much older concept that comes out of like old Japanese and Chinese and just East Asian mythologies. That's like, yeah, it's a little bit basic in that sense of like, yes, this looks exactly like what you would expect if Lee Sin, but dragon mountaintop warrior monk kind of lightning character. One thing I do love about this skin though, I love that he had like he has the, is this his dance? I can't remember, or his joke. I think it's his joke, where like he accidentally summons a storm cloud that starts raining on him, and there's sad music that plays in the meantime. That was such a fucking cool move. I really liked that. That was a good thing to do, because like the whole skin is predicated on, I am the god warrior of the mountaintop with the unbeatable superpowers with the lightning and the dragon. Like, it was all predicated on all this self-seriousness nonsense bullshit, and then you undercut that like in a really funny way with a little bit of, yeah, but his powers also backfire sometimes, and he gets rained on. That's good. I like it when Riot does that kind of thing, where it's like they present something that's very self-serious, that it takes itself very seriously, and is very fun and kind of edgy and badass and cool. But then we just also do a little bit of like, let's not take it too seriously, where you kind of recognize the inherent silliness of it. That's something I really like when they do that, especially with the legendary skins. Anyway, are there any more super chats? Fabian Valejos, Hextech Swain can raw dog this ass, thank you very much. Well, yes. Well, live your bliss, my friend. Live your bliss. Anime Lord Gamer Juice. That sounds like a product I get ads for on Twitch every time I try to watch something. Do you have a favorite skin? I love the look of Spirit, Kindred, and Hextech Sejuani is a great contrast to her base skin. Oh, we'll get to Hextech Sejuani, I think. And I quite like that one, too. I don't have any favorite skins, mind you. Crimson Boot was waiting for the oh no, people moment. Yes, I know. Every time I stream, I'm surprised that people want to watch me stream. I don't know why I don't learn. So, Eternal Dragon Brand. He's sort of the contrast to, like, if there we go. Gotta remember my hotkeys. If Storm Dragon Lee Sin is the anime protagonist, then, like, if this is Naruto, then that's Sasuke, right? Like, that's basically the dynamic between these two characters as they're presented. Is like, it's Sasuke who's the evil edge boy who's like, oh, I'm angry about stuff, and then we have Naruto who's like, yeah, friendship and being him. So like that's kind of the dynamic there, which is why we have the blue and purple dynamic, because purple is essentially blue with a little bit of red in it. Which, like, so you have the same kind of power, but his is more inflicted with, like, the power of anger and stuff like that. So the color coding is really good. And yeah, he looks like that. He looks like the edgy anime antagonist character with whom this guy would have some kind of confrontational final battle thing on a mountaintop in the rain, and then eventually, when they're both beaten on the ground, they look deeply into each other's eyes, realize that they're not so different, and they move in close for a kiss, and then the whole thing cuts away before we actually get to see the thing happening. That kind of thing, yeah, sure, I can see that happening. Wait, I forgot a super chat. Hang on. Samalas 300 ISK. ISK? Isn't that the currency in EVE Online? Huh. When will we get a Puck skin for Warwick? I don't know, but he could use one. That would be fun. Okay, more dragon skins. I will say I'm not that into Fey Dragon Ash. Like, I can see the idea that, like, we have these different kinds of dragons, right? Like, where Lee Sin is very much representing the Aoshin thing with like, the Eastern dragon. And then we get Eternal Dragon Brand, who has much more of a Western dragon theme to him. Let's see if we can find there. Like, who has a more, like, sort of more traditional Western Wyrm or Western Dragon kind of thing going on, where he's much more fire-themed. But then there's, like, Fey Dragon Ash is like, yes, a fairy dragon kind of thing is like it's very much a fantasy trope. It makes sense to have a character who represents that. I don't know why that would be Ash. Like, the bow and arrow thing, I don't really see how, I don't see the connection there. I feel like Irelia would have been the more obvious, like, she looks like Irelia, and, like, people have already mistaken her for Irelia, like, 50 times in the chat. Because she looks a hell of a lot like Irelia, just because Irelia very much has that same kind of design schema going on. But I'm just thinking in terms of the weapons choice, like the Fey Dragon thing feels more like something for a sorceress. Like, that feels more like a LeBlanc thing, or hell, even Kaiser, really. Something that's more like magic rather than weapons based. So I don't really know about that. I think in terms of the design ideas, of, like, having this, like, much more sort of insectoid, butterfly/dragonfly inspired aesthetic to her, where you can see these little streamers and, like, this cape thing that she's got going on with the little translucent wings on it and stuff. That all kind of works. It's just, I don't know why they would give that to Ash. Like, it's the bow and arrow that she has got going on just doesn't mesh with it. Like, it doesn't feel to me like a natural fit. It feels much more like that should be a Fey Dragon feels much more that should be someone who dodges, someone who's agile, someone who can create illusion. Like, it feels much more like a LeBlanc thing, really. Although I guess LeBlanc has too many skins already. Then we get Obsidian Set, which again, we get this transition from, we get this tension between Eastern and Western dragons. And I do believe this was a lot of people's Daddy of the Year for the time that he came out. We get, like, again, this exploration of different kinds of dragon aesthetics, where, again, we have more of the Eastern influence over on Obsidian Set. I don't like his splash art very much, because I see the idea is that he's, like, leaping into the air to power, like, to ground pound this poor sucker into the dirt and do stuff, but it's like, he just kind of looks like he's lounging. Like, he just kind of looks like he was lying down on a sofa or something, and then the sofa disappeared, and then it turns out he was 30 feet in the air. Yeah, I don't think the pose and the movement is very well communicated on this one, frankly. Let me just see if we can look at the character model instead. Nope, that's not on here. But yeah, Obsidian's Dragon Set is like it feels like that the Storm Dragon Lee Sin feels like the more natural, like, the Storm Dragon Lee Sin thing feels like the more natural fit for Set, but since I guess not, then yeah, sure, like, getting the evil guy, like the brutal pit fighter champion dude, as contrasted, like, if Brand and Lee Sin are the pure martial artists, where, like, Naruto and Sasuke, whereas, like, they care about, oh, my ninja way, blah, 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 all that stuff, and then Set is more of the bruiser guy who just likes a good fight, yeah, sure, I can see that dynamic. I just, again, I think it's weird that with the dragon power punching thing, they didn't go for him for the base one. I don't know, whatever. True Damage Prestige Yasuo Edition. The Yasuo's True Damage skin was the worst True Damage skin. He was a kind of pointless character, in True Damage, in the sense of, like, being a part of the lineup, like, as the producer who doesn't really do much. And I said this at the time as well, I do believe. But I guess they had a fashion brand that wanted to collaborate on an outfit, and so now he has a golden jacket also. That is there, so now he has a prestige. I guess. Cool. Some people really love this, like, sort of handsome producer Yasuo thing, so fine. I don't care that much for him. But that's me. And then we got Championship LeBlanc. Now, LeBlanc is a character where I feel like her skins often will waste a bit of her potential, because the way that LeBlanc, like, her base character design, is very much based around, like, the idea of a stage illusionist, like a classic Vegas act kind of magician thing going on, where, like, she's appropriating aesthetics from sort of Eastern mysticism, and, like, doing, like, that kind of fancy, kitschy outfit dress-up combo duo that you would get in, like, a Vegas act from the 1950s, that kind of thing. And it's like, I feel like that could be translated way better into a lot of her skins, like, because this seems to be sort of the same kind of techno-illusionist I don't know what the storyline is behind championship skins. I don't think they really have one, but I feel like this would be an opportunity to lean into that a little bit more, like the performance aspect, but instead they've sort of vaguely tried to give her this halfway fantasy, halfway cyberpunk sort of Matrix tight leather fit nightwear club gear outfit thing with some hologram. I've never really, like, the championship skins are not really meant to have a storyline or any kind of coherent aesthetic. I don't think they're just supposed to look cool, and I guess it looks cool. It's just conceptually I don't understand what this is trying to do with LeBlanc's character design, really, except she looks like she's an extra in Ghost in the Shell. That's it. Like, that's what she looks like. No more super chats or something, right? Wait, actually there is, but even the super chats are frozen. God damn it. I don't know what it is. Like, YouTube's streaming interface is so fucking broken today, and has been for a few days. I don't know what it is. Oh yeah, there were actually a bunch of super chats that I missed. Okay, Timo.gg is a great way to view models and images. Yes, I know, I use it for the What's the Deal videos, but I didn't want to mess around with that, because you can't see the splash arts on Timo.gg, and I didn't want to have to flip back and forth between things and wait for the thing to load. It's troublesome. Never 5 Omen killed by Riot. Oh yeah, Omen. Oh man. I should do a video about old rejected, deleted champion character designs someday. I'm still waiting for a naked Jin skin. You can't have a naked Jin skin. He would take off his mask. You can't have that. Steampunk Sam SC, greetings from America, the land of why are we here? Just to suffer. Yeah, my sympathies with you guys. NeoFreak89, but you gotta be honest, Storm Dragon Lee Sin has a cool reaction while walking in river. Wish more skins had reactions like that. Yes, there's a bunch of cool stuff around that skin. I just feel like you could apply that to sets as well, you know. Janky Cruz, okay, hear me out. We know that Evelyn can shapeshift in order to seduce, so why not male Evelyn? Like, please God, give me male Evelyn. Yeah, I feel like it's just kind of they're scared of making a male champion seductive. Like, I think that's kind of it, really. Because Evelyn seems like such a prime candidate for a gender-bent skin. Like, that seems like the most... It even seems like the kind of thing that would sell really fucking well. I think people would buy the shit out of that. But I think the reason why they don't do it is because they're afraid of creating an actually, like, sexually seductive male character. Which is, like, because of institutionalized homophobia, and it's like, people are fine with a nearly naked lady doing a stripper pole dance, on a spear, like Nidalee does, but if a dude did the same thing, people would be like, "Ah, that's gay, ah," and freak out, which is like, fuck those people, but oh well. Set is not seductive, no. He's sexy, but he's not seductive. Not the same way that Evelyn is. Bergson's retirement planner, you're just changing names all over the place, aren't you? What would it take for you to do a stream where you review only those old splash arts from Season 1, like Poppy Terry Gasrel? I don't think that would be very interesting, because those splash arts all kind of sucked. Like, the old Season 1 splash arts are just the character model against, like, a black background, like, against, like, some kind of black or indeterminate background with nothing there. So there's not that much to talk about. You just say, oh, yeah, it's... So, I don't know. I don't think there would be much of a stream in it. Set protects lesbians, have a nice day. This is true, and you should say so. Okay, let's talk about PsyOps, which is a sort of spin-off skin line from Arctic Ops. It exists within the same skin universe, and it has a whole thing about, oh, we have these world government organizations who are doing sinister stuff with technology, and there's some kind of portal thing, maybe, and there's, like, an alternate universe somewhere in there. Where's Shen? Where is PsyOps Shen? He's down here. God, they really wanted PsyOps to be a big thing, didn't they? There, like, where Shen has this, like, there's this child character who's, like, from another dimension, maybe some kind of, again, like we talked about, they're sort of creating this interconnected skin multiverse where there's a little bit of crossover and the skins kind of affect each other here and there, like, from one place to another. And I don't know what they are planning to do with that. Like, I think I think maybe the long-term plan is with Riot Forge is that they want to use the Riot Forge thing to create games that are set in the alternate universes, because that would let them be a little bit more free with the storytelling than they can be in the main League of Legends universe. Like, I'm looking forward to the Ruined King game, but none of the champions are gonna change as a result of the Ruined King game. Like, none of them are gonna be different by the end of that. They're not gonna have a character arc that changes them as people, which is something that you can do, on the other hand, with the skin lines, because they don't have that same, like, IP investment built into them. I think that's kind of what they're hinting at, like, what they're kind of teasing a little bit, that they're sort of working towards that kind of thing. But, okay, so let's talk about PsyOps. PsyOps is, so the worst Gangplank skin, in my opinion, is Commando Gangplank. And, like, generally, like, Riot used to have, when they did older, like, in olden times, in the older versions of skins, they had this thing of, like, oh, what if champion, but modern military Call of Duty aesthetics, basically, sort of slapped on top of it with, like, Commando Galio, Commando Gangplank. They had, like, a few of those, and they kind of sucked because it was just, like, yeah, that's just modern military. I can just fucking play Call of Duty. Nothing new or interesting was really added to any of them. I just found them really, really boring. And so PsyOps and Arctic Ops have sort of been trying to occupy that same space in the sense of, okay, what if modern military aesthetics, but let's put a twist on it. Let's make it a little bit more interesting. Let's make it a little bit cooler. And give it a little bit of a twist, like, which in this case is with, like, the PsyOps thing with the psychic powers and, like, the freaky, like, technology ghosts and things that are going on, which is like, okay, yeah, I can kind of see that, albeit, like, they're just not, like, I look at these, and they're largely just not very interesting to me. I struggle to find any of these interesting because they just look like, like PS3 games, like in the early days of the PS3, where everything that came out was this, like, oh, super immersive graphics, dark storyline, dark, cool particle effects, blah. Like, that kind of, they kind of look like that. Like, they kind of look like characters from early PS3 AAA video games that nobody remembers nowadays. Because they have this, like, you can tell the Call of Duty influence is there, with, like, the modern military aesthetics. Everyone's kind of chasing Call of Duty Modern Warfare a little bit at this point, but then they also sort of try and make it cool with cyber powers. Like, it's sort of Fear. Like, if anyone remembers that particular game series, like, it's sort of that kind of thing. And it's like, I mean, I guess it's just because I'm so fucking tired of Call of Duty aesthetics. Like, I'm so tired of modern military aesthetics. I'm so tired of all of this, like, camo pants and, like, straps around everything and tactical gear shit that it's just, like, I look at these and I'm just like, yeah, sure, fuck it. Right. It's Ninja Gaiden. Way, it's Ninja Gaiden. Well, it's got Sam Fisher things on his head. Woo. I can't find them interesting. I just can't. I'm sorry. I get that they're cool and badass and stuff, but I just... The worst one of them, is Victor, because this is just his fucking base skin. Like, this... I don't... What's the distinction between this Victor and base Victor? I don't see it. Like, I don't... He wears camo pants and like, tactical leg straps, and that's it. It's just base Victor, but with very... Like, this is just such a nothing. Victor, the champion whose whole thing is about being like a cool cyborg guy who does like, oh, he augments his body in different ways and he changes himself. And all you fucking do with him in like the high-tech sci-fi, psy-ops, psychological, like psychic power universe is he just wears camo pants now, and I guess instead of a hand, he has a little satellite dish thing? Really? That's it? That's all you do with Victor for 1,350 RP? That's all you do? No, that sucks. And kind of the same thing with, like, Zed is like, oh, okay, he's just a ninja still, but... Kale, I don't have any sympathy for, like, because it's just, like, again, with the... Really? You couldn't have given her a jetpack? Like, again, that's the thing I don't get about so many of the modern... Like, when they take a character who has wings, and they put them into, like, a sci-fi universe of some kind, and then they still have wings? Give them jetpacks! Like, seriously! Just give them jetpacks. Like, why do they have crystal wings? Sorry. I do like Psyop Sona. Like, it's the legendary skin. You would hope that it would be a little bit more interesting. But I really do like the whole, like, she's locked into this sort of coffin thing with these control modules floating around her. And that's how they justify like, this is kind of more what I'm talking about with Victor, right? Like, where you take, okay, Sona, floating character, she has a thing floats in front of her that she uses to cast her spells because she's playing music. Let's change the music thing into this pod with screens and controls on it, like this containment unit that that holds her power in place. That shit is cool as hell. Like, this whole thing about her being, like, tied up in this, like, containment sarcophagus, and over the course of the game growing more and more powerful and eventually breaking free. And as she breaks free, because, like, when she's in the sarcophagus, there's fucking no color on her. Like, we got a little bit of gold and red and stuff, but there's no color. It's all grays and browns and, like, modern military aesthetic colors. Boring Call of Duty shit, right? But then once she breaks free, once she unleashes her power, oh, all of a sudden we've got pinks, we've got blues, we've got purples, we've got this shock of white hair. All of a sudden more color seeps into the universe. In terms of using color as synecdoche for, like, creativity, for freedom, for like, freedom from control, freedom from, freedom from government over, like, freedom from the military system, that's really strong color design. Like, that's a really clever use of character design, is when Sona frees her powers, all of a sudden she gets natural colors. All of a sudden she starts looking like something that, like there is this sense of something being unleashed, something real and natural that was only being artificially held in place, that I think is really fucking cool. Like, that shit works for me. And then this Vi, like, my personal bias is that this is fucking hot. Like, yeah, I'm into this kind of thing, but it's still just, like, why does she have bullets on her fucking, do they fire bullets out of the fists? Is the fist a gun? Does it have a trigger mechanism? Why does she have bullet belts? And, like, she's clearly sort of Bakugo, and, like, someone said in chat, like, she's inspired by Bakugo from My Hero Academia, clearly. And I approve of that, because that's a cool series. It's just, there's some aspects of this that just feel so fucking Rob Liefeld, like, that feel really like 90s comics, where it's just, yeah, let's have a bandolier of bullet things, bullet casings, and shells. Because why? Because why? Because military. Like, because why not? Because, and it doesn't add anything to the character, it doesn't make her more interesting. So it's like, Anyway, yeah, Psyops Master Yi, he gets a little bit of anime hair, but that's about it. I do like that he has a little bit of the color thing going on, like where he's using psychic power or whatever to be fast, and he gets that little color trail. That's more interesting than just the sci-fi aesthetics. And then there's Ezreal. I do wish that in his, like, that they'd come up with another personality for Ezreal than fucking fuckboy all the time. Because he's a fuckboy in all of his skin line. Like, he's always that confident, cocky fuckboy kind of character. Sometimes he's more of an anime protagonist, like in the Battle Academia thing. And then sometimes he's just, then it's like the Pulsefire and Psyops, where he's just an anime fuckboy over and over and over again. Where it's like, could we do something else with him? Like, anything? Like, it's fine. I don't think it's bad. It's just, surely there are more opportunities to do stuff. I like Pyke. I do like Pyke. Because, okay, so this kind of thing here, I think this is something that SEALs and, like, scuba soldiers, like, water-based soldiers use this kind of veil thing to sort of hide their profile while they're swimming underwater kind of thing. I really do like the idea of using that veil thing with the skull pattern on it to kind of make him look more Wraith-like, to make him look like, to really appropriate some ghost aesthetics into Pyke, to add on top of the camo pants and the tactical straps. Why do they always have jock straps? Like, what do they always have fucking straps around their crotch all the time? I don't understand it. What's it supposed to do? Harness so you can be raised up in a helicopter, I guess. Whatever. I do like that, like, using that modern military aesthetic thing to evoke the aesthetic of a ghost, to evoke the aesthetic of, like, a supernatural creature. That's a cool little detail. Like, if they'd leaned more into that stuff, like, sort of combining fantasy aesthetics and like, supernatural aesthetics with the modern military thing, it would justify the skin line more to me. Which is onto Psyops Samira, who's just Samira. Like, it's just Samira, but she's got some glowy shit on some of her stuff and camo pants. And straps around her crotch again. Which, again, if this was a harness that was meant to, like, hook onto her so she could, like, be lifted up by a helicopter or something, why doesn't she have it across her? Okay, fine, whatever. She's hot, but it's just Samira. Like, it's just Samira, but camo pants and modern military aesthetic again. Which, like, at 1350 RP, I would like a little bit more than that, please. Anyway, I'm out of tea. Oh, no, wait, I still got some. But it's gone all cold. Okay, tea break. Let me put that on screen so that, Why the hell is that text so big? Get small. Why did it turn upside down? No. There we go. Okay, there we go. Burned my hand on the steam. Ow, god damn it. This is fucking... Yes, the kettle gave this burst of steam that just flew right across my fingers on my right hand. Ow! Jesus. Okay. My chat is frozen again, as it keeps doing. What the hell? Let's get back to it. Let's see. Hello. Let's see. What I would give for League to make a new champion that's not just a monster girl TMC, their female roster, but a monstrous girl. You get me? Yeah, I do. I do, Butch Baphomet. That would be cool. DD-kun, tuning in from work, catching you live is rare for me. Always up for listening to your rant about League of Legends. Thank you for the entertainment. Thank you for the super chat. That's very kind of you. Endangered Deershaw. Hey Boo, Space Strings from Twitter. What's your favorite fan skin concept? Ooh, I might make a video about that someday. So I'm not gonna tell you, because you'll have to watch the video to find out. Let's see. Shulex, I'm disappointed that it took 4 years for Riot to come up with the most obvious skin concept for Tali. You mean Talia? Now I gotta wait another 4 to get something new. Yeah, I know. That's the way it goes. Ow, my fucking hand. God damn it. Oh, it stings. I need to take a painkiller or something. Okay. Where were we? Right. Another Hextech skin. And, like, my opinions on the Hextech skins, generally, we kind of touched on it, with Kassadin already. I do like the whole, like, the sort of crystal magic 80s fantasy kind of thing being overlapped with the, Victorian steampunk aesthetic thing going on. I have had my hand under cold water, by the way, don't worry. Are you going to make more streams like this in the future? I mean, if people need more distraction over the next few days, maybe we will. I do like it. Like, I don't think Hextech Ziggs is that exceptional. Like, it's, yeah, this is what Ziggs would look like in that particular Hextech universe. So it's like, yeah, it's fine. I do like the top hat. I like aspects of it. I don't think there's that much to say about it, though, as a whole, as a thing. Because again, with Yordles, as always, there isn't that much costuming. You can't do that much costuming because they are mostly their heads, and most of their heads are taken up by their mouths and their eyes and their ears. So there's a limit to what you can really do a lot of the time with the skins for Yordles. I know that that's something that's actually caused a lot of Yordle skins not to happen, is because they wanted to do a skin for the Yordles, but then it turns out that, like, oh, we can't, like, you make this on the character model and you just see the head, and there isn't that much of a costume, and it's like, it kind of defeats the purpose of the skin itself. Anyway, so, you know, that's a design problem that Riot is always working around. Oh, good. Oh, good lord. More super chats. Oh, no. Pike is a reference to the Danish special forces. Oh, you mean Formen? Yeah. Well, yeah, they do wear that kind of veil, mesh thing. I don't think it's necessarily a reference to that. I think it's also in use in other military forces around the world, but that could be where they took it from. Here in Brazil, Devilfish is called Lucifis. What do you think about Witch Hunter Quinn? I don't know what that would look like, so I don't have any opinion on it. I think Quinn could be a good addition to the Iron Inquisitor line, like Iron Inquisitor Kale and the Singed skin, like with the Plague Doctor mask thing. Horst Günther, Aviator Aurelia is the best skin in the game. What do you think about it? What are your thoughts on Quinn skins? We'll get to it, maybe? I mean, Aviator Aurelia is probably somewhere around, like, page 20 or 30 on this list. Maybe we'll get to it, and you'll get my opinion. I think Aviator Aurelia is fine. And Quinn could use some more decent skins, honestly. Nothing relevant to say, just love your work. Thank you, Tolerance Streckhal. Also curious if you're thinking about making a full cover of Good Riddance, or should we simply enjoy sing along with the Hades episode? I'm learning it on the guitar. I'm learning to play it, and I want to play it properly. I want to do a proper cover. But thank you very much for that super chat. That's very generous of you. Thank you. Right. Spirit Blossom. And it's a mixed bag for me, Spirit Blossom, as a whole. There's some really good ones, and then there's some that I'm just like, I'm very indifferent towards. And we'll start with one of the good ones. Like, this is, the Spirit Blossom is the world's most obvious storyline, like, obvious skin line for Ari to be a part of. And the criticism I would have of it is that this is just Ari, but in a fancier outfit, kind of. Like, there's a little bit of that, where it's just like, this is the same as base Ari, but with some slightly different colors and a more fancy outfit. And I think that's true, but I also think that kind of works for her. Like, yeah, like, Ari is a little bit of a dress-up doll character in the sense that it's fun just to have her dress up in different costumes and dress up in different aesthetics. That I'm kind of more okay with that than I would be for someone like Ziggs, where it's not, where it doesn't make as much sense, I think, to do that kind of thing. But where with Ari, it's a little bit more of the dress-up thing. I wish they would do that with characters like Set as well. Where they play a little bit more into the whole, like, dress up this adorable himbo to, like, make it sexy or fun for you kind of thing. But I think, like, maybe making it a legendary is a bit much, but I think it's a good skin for Ari. And I think it's a good skin for Cassiopeia as well. Like, I like that they're embracing, I like it when Riot embraces Cassiopeia as an opportunity to tell stories like, what if Asian snake monster kind of thing? Like, instead of just, we have this sort of, Cassiopeia is in this awkward spot in her base skin where she's Greek and also Egyptian at the same time, because she's a Gorgon out of Greek mythology, but then she has this Egyptian mythology aesthetic from Shurima kind of bolted onto it. That's sort of, I have mixed feelings about it. You can watch my What's the Deal video about it. But I do like that they're playing into, what if she was this snake seductress character, more in line with, like, an East Asian mythology? That really works for me, as evidenced by all the people who were eager to have their spines and rib cages crushed to death by Mommy Cassiopeia, as she appeared in the Skin Blossom skin line. And, like, yeah, and Spirit Blossom skin line, rather. I feel like Spirit Blossom, they could have done a little bit more to differentiate, like, where's Thresh? He's down here. Like, I feel like it was a little bit much with everybody's wearing these same, like, white outfits. And I know, like, white is a signifier of death, certainly in Japanese culture. Is it also in, like, Chinese in general, in East Asian? I don't know. But I know it isn't in Japanese culture. White is a signifier of death. Like, it's a sort of a marker of a transition to a spirit realm kind of thing. So I think the white aesthetic across the Spirit Blossom line makes sense on, like, Yasuo and Yone, characters who are dead and who have entered the realm of the dead. And I think it makes sense on, like, Ari as, like, a guide of the dead, someone who guides them around. And the same thing with, like, maybe, and to a certain extent with Kindred, as someone who takes people to the spirit, like, as an embodiment of death. But then it's like, but then why not have Thresh have some more different, which he does have, like, in his transformed form, he does get more of the Oni coloration thing going on with, like, the purple, and, like, you get more of a sense of the monstrous and the outlandish, but I don't know why he's wearing white clothing. I guess it's because he has this seduction thing, like, he has this, he's, like, seduces people into doing his bidding, and then he shows his true form, and then it's terrifying, so he wears this white coat outfit to sort of appear pure or whatever. It kind of works, but I just kind of wish they'd leaned more into making him a little bit more monster, like a little bit more different. Just give him a different color outfit, like a different color aesthetic than the pure white of everything else in Spirit Blossom. And then there's Spirit Blossom Vayne, who this is a night elf. This is a night elf from Warcraft. It's a night elf from Warcraft. So, I don't know. Like, unlike Yone and Yasuo, where they had this, like, the wandering brothers thing who seek each other out, and unlike, like, even Teemo, who's this trickster spirit, or Lilia, who I don't really know what the hell her Spirit Blossom lore is, but there's this is more like, it's just a night elf who wandered into Spirit Blossom and stuck around for some reason. I mean, I'm not a fan of Vayne as a character design generally. She's hot, yes, a lot of them are hot. There's a lot of hot characters. But, yeah, I don't know why it's there. I don't think it adds anything. It's just, but also I don't like Vayne's base character design anyway, so it's like, I'm biased on that one. Spirit Blossom Lilia. Now, I wish she had had a little bit slightly different character appeal than her base form, because like base form Lilia is all about being this shy, clumsy, like, oh no, please, like this very sort of shrinking violet kind of adorable wallflower, shy girl kind of thing. And they really leaned in hard on that with Spirit Blossom as well. I would have kind of liked her, because she's a spirit of the after realm of some kind, to have to be maybe a little bit more spiritually aligned, like have a slightly different personality affect. But I guess they didn't want to like fully change her animations and something like. I can see why they didn't. I just, in terms of turning Lilia in, like they transformed Thresh so much, and that makes sense because it's a legendary. But I do feel like Lilia could have. It would have been nice if she had a little bit more of a personality transformation, but oh well. And Riven. Spirit Blossom Riven. Another one of those that I just don't... It seems to be mostly because Riven is a popular character, and they wanted a Riven skin. Where the whole... Like, there is this thing of, like, oh, being consumed by your darker urges kind of thing with her. But it just... To me, it just didn't fit very much into the whole... This is the spirit realm of the dead, where, like, the... like primal aspects of humanity wander. I didn't really feel it. I think the character design is fine. Like I like the use of like the very bright, like strong purple and the whole JoJo stand thing as an aesthetic consideration, like as a representation of the warrior spirit, like the monstrous warrior spirit that's taking her over, as contrasted with the softer femininity that sort of suffuses the rest of her. There's some good ideas here. It's just when I think about the Spirit Blossom skin line as such, I don't feel she's placed well there in the same way that Vayne kind of isn't. It's just we have, well, it's just there kind of thing. Shaman King. Yeah, you're right, Latex. That's actually, it's more Shaman King than JoJo stand, but everyone makes JoJo references all the time, so I was just trying to be cool like the rest of them. Right, Spirit Blossom Yone, I like this a lot, because, like, Yone in his base version, right, he has this affect of, like, a newly revived corpse, with, like, the bandages all over the place. He's completely pale, he's very thin, like, he has this very particular style of movement that's really understated, that really kind of reflects that whole thing. That works really well when it's transplanted to, like, overly serious older brother anime character, who's, like, trying to do honor and stuff, and being the honorable older brother. It works really well that way, because he was designed to work that particular way. So Spirit Blossom Yone works really well as that character archetype, especially as contrasted with the wilder brother, like where Spirit Blossom Yasuo has this much less well-composed aspect with like the half-body naked and the wild hair and like the shoulder guard with the spikes and stuff. Like, you have this contrast between them where Yone is the more composed, more well put together, more symmetrical, like sort of more solid character, where Yasuo clearly is more of a wild child kind of thing situation going on. And that contrast works as well in Spirit Blossom as it does in their base skin. So I think it's well executed. And I think it makes sense, like, for them in terms of, like, this is what the two brothers of Ionian myth would be in the spirit realm. Forever wandering, forever struggling with forgiveness for one another. I think it's fine. Anyway, Spirit Blossom Thresh is the best of the Spirit Blossom skins, obviously, because, like, fuck yeah, Oni aesthetics. I really do like the whole, like, with the half mask that comes down over his face, and, like, the purple skin, like, that really sort of takes over and makes him look like this, specifically, like sort of an Asian demonic entity kind of character. I really like the Oni aesthetics on Thresh. I like the transforming mechanic. I like that he's sort of human and then he shows up as a monster. But I feel like they just let him look like this from the start, though. Like, just let him look like this all the time, instead of the whole... But people did love their seductive, like, toxic anime boyfriend, so I guess I can't say anything about that. So, Spirit Blossom Teemo is fine. Like, yeah, he's a trickster spirit, and therefore he's this little raccoon creature thing, which, yes, that works really well for, like, a trickster character. He's got the little flute that he plays to taunt people. Works perfectly well for him, and he's tiny and adorable, and that's what works. And again, notice the character design where Yordles are mostly about the head and the stuff, so they don't bother with a fancy costume for Teemo. He just wears a little coat, and some pants. That's it. We give him the giant head, the big round hat, and the little streamer thing coming off the leaf thing on his head that connects him a little bit with nature and makes him look... Yeah, is that a tanuki specifically? I don't know if he's based specifically on a tanuki, because I know that's a specific kind of thing, and I don't know if he's based on like a maybe more of a Chinese creature. I don't know. Who else? Like Kindred. Kindred is the second best Spirit Blossom skin. And like 90% of why I like her as Wolf. I like Wolf on this Kindred skin so much. Like, he's got that Ghibli thing going on, like that anime monster Ghibli thing going down pat with the mouth that's a little bit too long, and like the sense that he's always scheming something, he's always sort of lingering there, and because he's so big and just kind of like, oh, it's so good. And I love him also in the Spirit Blossom animation. Absolutely gorgeous. Kindred herself, or itself, themself, Lamb herself, Doi, is more of a, yeah, that's cool. Like, I like the mask. The mask is a cool touch. Braids, yeah, she has that, like, I talked about with everyone in Spirit Blossom is wearing white all the time. I like that Kindred has a little bit of pink in there, like that Lamb specifically is wearing something different than the white death shroud kind of thing. But she also has the connection with like the animal nature, with like the fur on her coat and like the little the goat legs things. I quite like that. That works really well for me. But it's the second best one because Thresh is the better executed one. But she has the best splash art, like bar none. This is one of the best splash arts in all of League of Legends. Like, this one rules. Okay. That was Spirit Blossom. Let's get on to, as Necrit likes to say, skins that have a lot of fire all around. And, yeah, I mean, Infernal is like... I don't have strong opinions on any of the Infernal skins. Well, Ashen Lord Aurelian Sol is cool, but the Infernal skins are like, yeah, okay, so it's like stereotypical hell aesthetics, basically. Sort of like, again, from like a PS3 era third-person action adventure God of War ripoff. Like, it's kind of that little bit with all, like, oh yeah, flames and like metal and like a Sauron mask, and we have these angular metallic designs ripped straight out of Lord of the Rings, and chains, and yeah, which is like, yeah, it's I don't know how you would make this look any better than it does. But it is a thing of, like, this is very much, okay, we have this stereotypical aesthetic that exists in pop culture already. Let's take it and put it into League of Legends. And that's kind of all they did with it. I don't think they innovated anything specifically, like, very special or interesting with any of the Infernal skins. It's just, let's take this specific aesthetic, put it in League of Legends, and that will be cool. And they're right, it is cool. It's just, in terms of having something to say about it, I'm sorry, I don't. There's not... There just isn't very much. It's skins with a lot of fire all around. I do like, on Kennen's character model, like, Kennen has a terrible character model. Like, his character model desperately needs an update. His whole character needs a rework very badly. But I do, because Kennen's character model is so simple, I do like that they're just doing, like, paint overs. Like, they're just painting some eyes and a mouth and a little face on the thing, which probably can't emote much in terms of expression. I haven't actually seen it in motion. But it's like, yeah, okay, that's cool, because again, Yordles are all about the head. They're all about the big head. That's most of what you see of the character, so yeah, let's add some personality to that. That's a cool thing. So, the new Arcanist skins. A lot of people hate Zoe just on sight, which I've always found to be kind of unfair, because she's fun. Hang on, wait, what? No, there we go, yeah. I don't like her Prestige skin, because I never like the Prestige skins, because the Prestige skins is just what if the base skin, but white and gold, and some slightly fancier bits here and there on the thing, which I just find it so boring. What's Prestige about this? It's just the same thing, but less inventive and interesting. but I guess it's expensive, so that makes it prestigious, like Apple iPhones. Whee! Whatever. But I do like Arcanist Zoe. Like, I like her for the same reason I like Spell Thief Lux a lot. Because it's like, it's this really fun sort of high fantasy... It sort of reminds me of the aesthetic that you would see in like a 1980s cartoon show, sort of in the same vein of like Pirates of Dark Water. Or that ass-old Dungeons and Dragons Saturday morning cartoon. Like, it sort of has a little bit of that in terms of, like, that very particular approach to cheesy high fantasy. So I really like that, because, like, Cockmaw, especially, 110% looks like he would be, like, the annoying sidekick character on that kind of cartoon. Like, he's the Scraggy Doo, or the, Orko in Masters of the Universe, or... What the fuck is it called in Thundercats? That'll fucking, animal thing that can only say its own name. Whatever. Like, he looks like he would make that exact kind of stupid mascot character. Scrappy Doo. Yes, I know. Scrappy Doo, not Scraggy. Whatever. Everyone hates Scrappy Doo. Fuck him. I hope he's found dead in Miami soon. Snarf. Yes, Snarf. And that also comes across in, like, this Shaco? Shaco desperately needs a full rework as a character as well, but this Shaco definitely looks like the cartoon villain from some kind of, like, 80s kids cartoon show, fantasy cartoon. Like, he absolutely looks like that. And he has that super cheesy, like, action figure aesthetic thing down pat. That really works for him. Like, he's still a little bit, because of the way his character model is created, he's always going to be a bit of a Joker riff. Like, he's always going to be a little bit of the Joker all the time, which is, like, boring. But, like, he's so ostentatious with the big, stupid hat and, like, his goatee and the long hair, which is just stupid character design elements that makes perfect sense in, like, a cheesy 1980s cartoon universe. Like, he could show up as a villain on, like, the Gummy Bears or something. That would work out perfectly fine. So I like that. I quite like these. They work really well within the aesthetic that they're supposed to occupy. Right, Conqueror Nautilus. It's Nautilus, but he looks cool. Because he's got some spiky armor plating. He's got a little bit of a Warhammer aesthetic going on thing, because it's Conqueror Nautilus and it's your reward for something competitive blah blah, which I don't really care about. And these skins have never been interesting to me, because it's just, what if base character model but more badass? It's the same reason I don't like the gold ranked reward Lucian thing, championship Conqueror whatever, the Lucian one. It's like, it's cool, but there's nothing interesting about it at all. Moving on to Pool Party, which, like, Talia, Jesus Christ, it took them a while to give Talia a Pool Party skin, didn't it? Like, it takes them a while to give her any skins because she's not very popular, which, like, fine, that's the business model, but it's sad because Talia is the girl, man. She's my girl. She's awesome. So Pool Party is something I've sort of... I like them. Like, I really like that they're just these fun, lighthearted, summer-themed, let's just put some characters in some bathing suits and let them, like, mess around in the water kind of thing, hanging out on the beach. Syndra with her beach balls, her beach volleyballs. Heimerdinger with an immaculate, like, 12-pack somehow. I don't know which artist... I don't know how they let an artist get away with giving Heimerdinger, like, just making him fucking ripped, man. Like, just the most hyper-shredded little mustachioed nerd man. Like, I don't know how they got away with doing that. It's extremely funny, but... but I do like... I like Pool Party as this lighthearted, summer-themed, fun, silly... We don't have to think about it too hard. It's just a bunch of characters hanging out at the beach or the pool or whatever. But it's also, I've never been really able to, like, what's the fundamental part of this skin line? Is it like things that are really weird and horny, like Heimerdinger's immaculate 8-pack, and like Pool Party Graves, like who like just ignited thirst in the loins of straight women and gay men everywhere the moment he was released? Is the point to be like a beach episode in an anime, which is just an excuse to have all the characters parade around in swimsuits? Or is it to have like summer fun, innocent sort of, yeah, we're just friends hanging out at the place and having fun and partying? I feel like it sort of vacillates between wanting to either be horny or be wholesome, and it kind of, I don't know that it's really found a space there that's consistent across all the skins, so they just kind of vacillate between being really horny and being really wholesome in a way that I wish they would clarify a little bit more, but they're all fine. Like, I really like Pool Party Syndra. Like, with the beach balls, I think that's very clever. That's a really good way to use her character model and her concept as it already exists. But yeah, as like outside of that, don't have much to say about it. Why did they make Heimerdinger shredded though? Like, why did they do that? I Pool Party Talia, excellent character design, because again, like I said, this is not really a horny character design at all, right? So the point of the skin line is clearly not to be horny, except sometimes it's definitely supposed to be horny. So it's like, I wouldn't want them to give Talia a horny skin either, because she's like, what, 16 or something? So, no. Speaking of horny, by the way, yeah, that's horny. Not for everyone. For some people, this won't be horny at all, but for some people, this is just extremely horny. Like, boy howdy, is this extremely horny. Which I approve of. Like, I really like the thing that, like, Jared Rosen, over at Riot, who's, like, been one of the primary skin writers, for a long time. He was brought up, he was allowed, basically, to rework the High Noon skin line completely into what it is now, which is this super high campy, gothic, like, really, really pitch black and schlocky, but also, like, very high concept, supernatural Western universe that began with High Noon Lucian and Urgot and Thresh, and then like Darius got added onto it for some reason I don't quite understand. It does mean the High Noon skin line, as I've talked about before, is completely fucking schizophrenic, because on the one hand we have, hell howdy there folks, I'm Sheriff Caitlin, I'm the sheriff of this here little cowpoke town, like this very silly, really weird cowboy skin thing that's just like complete cartoon land. Makes no sense. The same thing, Desperata Cassiopeia, who throws snakes at people, like very dumb and silly. And then on the other hand, we have like this hyper horny sort of semi-BDSM themed step on me mommy demon cowboys versus angels in like a dystopian post, like a mid-industrial version of the old West kind of thing. That's like, they make no fucking sense together whatsoever, and they need to rework, like, badly. But what they've turned it into, like, characters like this, fuck yeah. So, I have this reputation that I'm not fond of in League of Legends, that I get upset every time a female character is sexy. But that's, I very much mostly apply that to the base skin. Like, if Senna base skin was, like, a really horny character, I would be like, no, what the fuck are you doing? That's stupid. That doesn't fit with her lore at all. But when you have this kind of thing with this schlocky, like high fantasy cowboy thing, and then you choose to frame Senna specifically in like a dominatrix femdom kind of lick my boots, you pathetic scum kind of thing, and you introduce this element that's like, it's not horny for everyone, it's not sexualized for everyone, but for some people it's extremely sexualized. That kind of thing, I'm a lot more okay with that in skin lines. Like, I'm a lot more okay with like weird, silly horniness in skin lines, because they're supposed to represent this alternate fantasy. So I really like that they have this big femdom energy going on, because yeah, that should be there. You should also have like male dom energy in some character skins. Like Set has tons of that in his base skin, really. Like, like these little different dynamics, these different kinds of horniness, that's what skins are for. Like, they're for delivering this alternate fantasy of what if this thing was horny, though. I like that. Like, that's good. Bring that in. Have that shit be part of it. Like, give Senna this big coat cleavage thing down there. Like, that's really unnecessary and dumb, but which makes a lot of sense in this schlocky, dark cartoon, heavy metal cowboy universe. Right, I think there were a bunch of super chats that I haven't looked at yet. Like, hang on, there's the Black Heart. Ever thought about doing a series where you review music or albums? Like, no. I mean, I am a musician. Like, I play guitar, I sing, I play a few instruments and stuff, but I don't really have any grounding in music theory. I don't I don't have a lot of expertise in music. Like, I've never really done an academic study of music as such in any way, or music criticism for that matter. So, no, if I felt like I had something to say, like if I had something to add, something useful that I feel like people should be interested in hearing, maybe. But I don't. I don't really feel like I have anything valuable or worthwhile to say, so. And then there's reckless to start with success. You just love changing your name. The Spirit Blossom is different because it's canonical event. Well, yeah, I mean, it's... So, the Spirit Blossom characters are not... They're not dressed up for the Spirit Blossom Festival. They are embodying different Spirit Blossom legends. So, like, Yasuo and Yone are the Spirit Blossom, are the Legend of the Brothers, which is told in the Perennial story. Vayne is embodying a storyline about, like, someone who gets captured by a demon and then freed kind of thing. And Cassiopeia is, like, a misleader of the dead who brings them into her own domain and dominates them. For her own power. Ari is the spirit guide who takes people like on the correct path through the afterworld to paradise, essentially. And then Thresh is like the collector guy. So they're not dressing up for the festivity, they're embodying different legends in the Spirit Blossom thing in Runeterra, but it is canonical, you're right. An unknown guy says, "Thank you so much, Daddy Scott, for exhausting your voice for our entertainment. Keep up the good work." Thank you very much. Wings of Shu, ghostly figures watching over people is all over Asian mythology in many forms. Yeah, I'm sure it is, but I'm just not enough of an expert to really comment on a lot. Kindred of Thresh, I'll say, are equal. Both finally get a good quality skin, and Kindred becomes Bay to add more. Yeah. J. Diamonds, I just realized Lucian is at the door. It is his shadow on the bar. Oh, no, he's not at the door, my friend. He's on his knees. Well, in terms of image composition, Lucian's shadow here is very much like Senna has the dominant position over the POV. So it's like, it sort of implies that Senna has either dominance or at the very least equality with him. Just in terms of the image composition, that's a discussion for another time. So then we have High Noon Aurelia, who I'm a little bit, like, Senna I think is cool because she adds that sort of horny femdom energy kind of thing to it, and she has this... I forgot to talk about the coolest thing about High Noon Senna, which is that her gun is her horse. Like, her horse transforms into the big gun, and she uses her horse as a gun to shoot people with, which is so fucking cool! That's so fucking awesome. That's a really cool way to use her, like, giant stupid gun, turn it into a fucking transformer so she can ride around on it like it's fucking Vampire Hunter D up in here. And then there's Aurelia, where it's like, see, because, like, knife fighters make sense in, like, a High Noon context. Like, in a sort of a high-concept fantasy Western context, knife fighters, yes, that makes perfect sense. So, okay, Aurelia is a magic, spiritual, angel, demon, knife fighter kind of character. Okay, cool, I get that. But it's like, then she should, like, maybe at least, like, hold on to the knives, or they should look like knives, rather than they have these gun handle things going on. Which I just, like, why do they have why do they have these drums on them like they're, look vaguely like guns? And then her costume itself, which is like, there's sort of a Western thing, like she has the scarf and there's some leather coat thing, sort of, kind of going on, but then she has this, like, sash thing down her middle, and then this weird... like this mystical belt thing that doesn't look like it's like a belt buckle is like the basic fucking thing on a cowboy. Like, you have the belt buckle, the big belt buckle that is a belt buckle, and not some kind of high fantasy elven clasp from like the Lord of the Rings universe, where it's like, I'm not, where something like High Noon Senna like places herself like very firmly in sort of the, like, well, you can see it's a very modern aesthetic enough. It's the very modern, like, leather coat kind of thing going on, where you can see that this is like, oh, early industrial fashion, but taken up to 11 and then turned into fetish gear. With Aurelia, it's more like, what, is she supposed to look more like a normal civilian person with, like, normal clothes? Because she doesn't. Is she supposed to look vaguely indigenous? Because she doesn't, and if that's how you decided to portray that, that's a big yikes. I don't know what the hell she's supposed to look at. So yeah, High Noon Aurelia, not really a hit for me, I don't think. And she just, again, much like many of the older High Noon skins, she kind of doesn't fit into this, like, super dark, like, pitch black gothic universe of the cowboy world, I don't think. I think it was just, Aurelia is popular, let's give her a skin from a popular line, or something along those lines. Anyway, back to some more Hextech stuff. And again, I've talked about Hextech already. Much of the same stuff applies here. I do like the sort of ghostly revenant thing they've got going on with Nocturne. Like, Nocturne's character model obviously is... it's pretty garbage. Guess we can see that on Classic. No? There are no turnarounds for any of Nocturne's anything? No, but Nocturne's character model is garbage. Like, it's garbage. It's terrible. It's very, very old, and it was kind of bad even when it was released, because they didn't really have the tech to create a smoke character back then, so he's just this kind of floating blip of nothing in a fart cloud that just does... He doesn't look like what he's supposed to be even in his base form. So this splash art is very cool. The actual character model in-game is like... but I do like the whole, like, the idea of a Hextech ghost, basically. Like, that he's sort of this ghostly apparition of, like, a Hextech technology thing, whatever. With these blades that aren't attached to him, really, that kind of float alongside him. I feel like they could have done more with Hextech, like, in making the blades more of a tech thing, the same way that they did for Kassadin. But again, Nocturne's character model, like, if these had been, like, energy blades or something, Nocturne's character model would not have been able to support it. Like, they just... even if they had designed this to be a cooler character design, his character model wouldn't have been able to do it. It wouldn't have been able to carry it. That's the big problem that Nocturne has as a character for skins, is his model is so old and busted and ugly, and it doesn't work for jack shit, that if you want to do anything cool with it, you have to replace the whole model, and that makes it a legendary skin, and they can't just give him legendary skins over and over again. So yeah, it's like fine, but it's boring in a lot of ways that could be alleviated with a better rig, basically. Let's deal with the 1000-pierced Volibear. Like, I've talked extensively about 1000-pierced Volibear already in the What's the Deal with Volibear video, but this is the Volibear, well, not quite, but this is like the kind of Volibear that I wish we'd gotten, like Eldritch kind of ancient sort of pagan horror Volibear, instead of just a big Thunder Bear Volibear. But that's just me. I like 1000-pierced a lot better. It's a better skin. It's a better character, but whatever. So, Astronaut. I have limited opinions on the Astronaut skins as the skin line, because it is just, what if the characters were... Oh, shit. How long was I out? "20 seconds to a minute. Okay, let's go back then. Where was I? Did I talk about 1000-pierced Volibear? Okay, since the start of the Astronaut bit. What the hell happened? My microphone got muted. Yeah, I don't... Did I click a hotkey without meaning to? I don't know. Anyway, Astronauts. So the Astronaut skin line is, like, fine. I don't have strong opinions about it, because it's what if character, but in, like, a Saturday morning cartoon version of, like, an astronaut outfit. Like, it's the kind of thing that you see, like, a Netflix cartoon for kids nowadays. Little astronauts in space doing stuff with aliens and flying around on satellites and thing. And that's fine. So, like, with there's nothing really wrong with him. I do like Astronaut Nar, that he has an alien form. We'll get to that in a second. But for Poppy, it's like, because it's Yordle, mostly it's the head, so there's not much costuming going on with her, but we've got a really elaborate helmet with, like, earpieces to contain her long Yordle ears, a visor helmet thing to highlight her face, and then vents for her hair. to come out of, which seems like the kind of thing that would leave you stranded in the cold darkness of space to die of, like, not deoxidative, choking to death in the coldness of space. And, like, we have the hammer, which is also a wrench, and it has a little rocket engine on the back to make it punch people harder, which is like, yeah, that's cool, that's fine. It's cute, it's good, it's a good skin. I'm not impressed by it, but it's a good skin. I do like the Gnar idea of having him be an astronaut in his base form, like a cute little astronaut with a little reading device of some, like a little device with some kind of readout on it, and having him run around, but then when he rages out, he turns into a giant green alien. That's a good little deployment of it. I do wish they've been able to change the character model a bit more, because right now they have this thing, like with the earpiece here, where you have this webbed ear thing, as though he's some kind of amphibian, or some version of like a lizard alien kind of thing. But because they can't really change the base character model that much, he still has fur also, which is it's a slightly inconsistent clash that I feel like would work better. Yes, as people are saying in chat, Gnar is the imposter. This is true. I do like the detail that Gnar's helmet, like his space helmet, when he transforms, it just becomes stuck on his little head tendrils there, so it just kind of sits on top of his head still. That's a very cute detail. I think that's really funny. Which is cool. And again, astronaut skins are fine. They're fine. No strong opinions, they're fine. Astronaut Bard. As we talked about, Astronaut Bard is one of those where his meeps show up in the Odyssey universe briefly because of some space crossover, something. I like it a lot. Like, I like Bard a lot as a character. I like the display on his face with the little, like, that does the work for his expression. I think that stuff is cool. The alien meeps are, like, an obvious idea, and it's cute, and it works. But it is just Bard, but with in a spacesuit instead. With, like, a alien satellite dish thing stuff on his shoulder to stand in for his, trumpet thing that he normally has. So I guess I don't feel there's a lot to say about it. It's just good. It's a perfectly good little skin that uses the base character model creatively to create something cool. Moving on to Pulsefire. Pulsefire. Apologies to anyone Danish in the chat. So Pulsefire is an interesting line in a lot of ways, because Pulsefire began its life as Ezreal's ultimate skin. Like, that's what's kind of all it was. It was just, hey, what if Ezreal had, like, a cool Mega Man suit that changed over the course of a match and became different and, like, added stuff to it. And that was kind of all that it ever was. And then eventually Riot sort of started building out these skin universes more. I need tea. Eventually, Riot started building out the skin universes more, and they sort of started adding other stuff to the Pulsefire skin. They added this whole storyline about, like, time travel and, like, dimensional travel and the dangers of messing with the timeline. We have this time police force where Fiora is one of the commanders of that police force that sort of travel through space and time and try to keep order and keep people from messing up timelines. So here she is at what seems to be like the Battle of Waterloo or something along those lines, showing up out of a time portal to fight Thresh, who's just off screen throwing his hook at her. And in terms of that, like, the character design makes sense. In terms, like, you have this epaulettes thing kind of with, like, you're showing her rank. You have this sort of sort of futuristic-ish military bearing thing going on with her, with this sort of sci-fi high-tech thing superimposed over it. And, like, it works fine. And it's one of those things, I hope, like, they've published a couple of good, they published a really good short story about the Pulsefire universe. Specifically one where, actually we can talk about that as we talk about the next guy, where where Ezreal seeks out Echo for help with repairs for his suit. And also, they might have a little bit of a romance thing going on, some kind of bromance crush thing. It's not 100% clear. Which I thought was really cute and cool, and something that I kind of hoped that they would work with a little bit more, and expand upon. I do like Echo's character design. Like, it's a really cool character design. Like, he's got, like, the brown hair and then, like, the mohawk in the different color, which also works really well for his chromas. And I like the gas mask thing, and sort of he has a slightly scrappier aesthetic. I do wish they could have gone harder on, because Echo in this version, in this universe, is like he's like this sort of punk rogue inventor character who's doing stuff outside of the control of the Pulsefire police, right? I do feel like they could have gone harder on that, like making him a little bit scrappy, like a little bit, it looks more like he's cobbling all of this stuff together himself in his own workshop rather than having high-tech production facilities or something along those lines. But I do like I like the gas mask. The gas mask gives him this rebellious kind of look to him, and like the hammer pants that he's always wearing kind of do the same thing because they look like workshop pants, like he's someone who worked with his hands and wears practical clothing and stuff like that. That stuff works, and it's a cool character design. I just, again, I wish they would have pushed it a little bit further. The Tom Kench music. I learned to play that on guitar, actually. It's very simple. Da, 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 da. Da, da. Right. Pulsefire Thresh shows up again here in the background of Echo's thing, which is something that they're doing in the splash arts that I think is really cool, that they're telling these little mini stories about stuff that's happening between the characters sort of in the course of their storyline. And again, much like with Odyssey, it's the kind of thing I would be way more enthusiastic about Pulsefire if Riot's writers and artists were ever fucking allowed to make content about them, like to make stories about them, or do a comic, or some visual novel, anything that didn't necessarily have to sell skins every single fucking time. Skyen, you can play guitar? Yes, I can play guitar, and obviously also like ukulele and bass, because that's just guitar with slightly different things. Like, I'm not that great at the bass guitar, but I can do it. And piano, and I've got a couple of flutes, and a little weird string instrument. It's kind of this little, like a harp, basically, but it's out of tune all the time, and I don't play. I'm a musician, I play stuff. Since you're asking. And Pulsefire Lucian, kind of the same thing. He's like a space-time cop dude. He's got space-time cop pistols, and the Pulsefire chest piece, and the cool cyber glasses thing going on. It's a character design about, like, that's what that would look like. No, it's not a lyre. It was I can't remember what the fuck the name is. It's a little board with strings nailed to it, and it's got a sounding hole. And but yeah, this is like, Pulsefire is very much also like, it works with a lot of tropes of what would a time cop sci-fi hero guy look like, and it's like, yeah, it would look like that. It's exactly the same aesthetic as like Echo from Overwatch. Like, it's that same sort of Apple-inspired, very sleek, white, sort of stark sci-fi aesthetic kind of thing. Which, like, yeah, it's fine. I don't have much to say about it. And the Prestige Edition, as always, it's just the same thing, but white and gold and a little bit more fancy, and I don't care about it. Now, Pulsefire Pantheon is a little bit... He's the one where it's like... I never really vibed with him for some reason. It's also because there's a big difference between his splash art and the way that he's presented in-game, I think, where it's like, some parts of him just look too low-tech compared to the rest of them. Like, some parts of him just look like a dude in a suit, and you're kind of missing that whole time-space continuum, special time travel, science magic kind of thing with him, where he looks much more grounded and down to earth. But that also kind of works with his story in the Pulsefire universe, where his timeline was basically destroyed because of Ezreal, more or less. Like, because people were time traveling and messing up the timelines, his universe got destroyed, and so he didn't really have access to all the same kind of high tech. So he's a slightly more low tech kind of character, a little bit, who's like more distrustful of the technology as a whole. So it's like, I feel like they could have done more to make him look like he was a tech time traveler guy, because again, like Echo, it makes sense to have him be scrappy and kind of half put together and not really, but Pantheon is a member of the Time Corps, of like the Pulsefire Time Police core group of people. So it's like, he surely could have had a more high-tech armor thing. He's a little boring, basically, is what's going on. He's just a little bit boring. Right, so FPX. they're Power Rangers, or rather, they're Super Sentai, is essentially what they are. So we have the team of Super Sentai, and then we have their mecha, which they call down in order to fight the big villain at the end of every single goddamn episodes. And that's what's going on with them. It works really well. I really like it. The price you pay for the Super Sentai thing is that they don't look very differentiated, which is kind of the same problem that, what were they called? The guys who won the year before. I can't remember. It's kind of the same problem where, like, when you have this unified team aesthetic, it also kind of means that all the characters a little bit just end up looking the same. So it's that's the downside, is that they're not very well differentiated. They all just kind of look like the same thing, but with different gear, which is fine. I think it's very cool. I don't think there's that much to say about it ultimately, because it's like, I feel like most of what it is obviously on display. IG, yes, IG. Doi. IG had the same kind of thing. Like, they chose, where the hell would they be? They would be, like, way down here somewhere, wouldn't they? There they are. IG. Like, IG has kind of the same problem as sort of where it's like, yeah, we have this unified team aesthetic for them, but that also means that, like, especially Fiora and Kaiza is like, they just look like the same person in two different outfits, right? Like, they're kind of poorly differentiated from each other in some unfortunate ways, but that's the price you pay in order to have this unified team aesthetic thing going on. And let's get back to where we were. There. Sky, and have you seen the League of Legends redesigns done over the Subjectivity channel? Yes, I have. I subscribe to that channel. I follow them. So I am well aware of them, don't worry. And I've been thinking about maybe doing a video sort of around fan reworks that might include theirs as like a point of discussion for the characters. So I don't know. I don't know. I'm trying to think through it. That's like one of those maybe things for the future at some point, perhaps. So Coven. I have mixed feelings about Coven a lot of the time. Because I really like the narrative universe of Coven. Like, I really like the whole, like, Elderwood Coven thing, where you have these ancient covens of witches that, like, manipulate the forces of nature and have some kind of compact with a demon kind of thing going on. That's very cool. And there's some cool stuff going on with the aesthetics as well. Like Coven Morgana has, like, this is like a bitch in charge kind of uniform. Like, it's a really cool outfit. It's a really cool looking character. But I've always had some trouble really placing what the aesthetic of the Coven universe is fully supposed to be, because Solar Eclipse. Let's see if we can find her. Like, Solar Eclipse Leona is supposed to be part of... Oh, fucking Pinterest. I hate Pinterest. Is supposed to be part of the same universe, basically. Like, she's a member of this sort of religious order of people who, like, oppose the Coven thing because of some reason, something to do with the sun god or whatever. Where that aesthetic is much more sort of Dark Souls-y, whereas this here is a lot more... Like, it's a lot more slick, much more evening wear, rather than sort of cultist robes kind of thing. Yeah, it's witches versus witch hunters, but it's like... I've never really had a great sense of what the aesthetic of this universe is really supposed to be, between stuff like Coven Morgana, Coven Syra, and LeBlanc, and then also, Coven Camille and Lysandra, which is like... There's a lot of really sort of campy pageantry going on. In the characters, where they have these fantastic looking evening gown outfits, essentially like this sort of like the classic witch thing of eternal youth aesthetic, where like this is a witch who sold her sold her soul for eternal youth, and so she's gonna wear the coolest evening gowns 24/7 all of the time. Kind of aesthetic that is like, I don't know. I have mixed feelings about the Coven universe because I think the concept is really fucking cool, but sometimes I feel like the aesthetic is not very well established. Which is the same thing like with like Coven Syra, which is like, oh wait, this is not at all the same aesthetic as Coven Morgana, or Coven Camille, or Coven Lysandra. So it's supposed to be a thing where each and every one of them has this very distinct individual style, because if so, then I don't understand all the aspects of the characters that are unified, like their approach to hair, like the approach to like evening gown character design thing is like, I'm not sure. Like, I don't, as you can tell from my blah, 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 I don't have any strong thoughts on it. It's just I have these concerns that I can't really articulate. Because it all looks cool. Like, it all looks great. It's just, what is it supposed to do aesthetically on a broader scale? I don't know. Because Elderwood is something that, like, Elderwood I understand. You have this sort of, like, power of nature, like the secret spirits that dwell in ancient forests, kind of like the Forest of Fangorn thing in Lord of the Rings, with this like sense of overgrowth and like ancient malice bound in trees kind of thing. Like, I understand Elderwood, but I don't understand Elderwood as contrasted with Coven. I don't understand Elderwood as contrasted with, you know, so it's, I don't know, it's a little bit, it feels a little patched together in some ways. Right, so the Worldbreaker skins. This is something that's kind of outside of my experience. Like, I don't know that much about Mesoamerican mythology. I don't know that much about, like, that aesthetic tradition as such. Like, I know what the pop cultural version of it looks like, and it looks, well, it looks more or less like this, really. With, like, jade, and, like, this very angular, design aesthetic thing going on. So, like, that I understand. I understand the pop culture version of what this is supposed to be. I don't know, because I know it's an attempt for from Riot's part specifically to sort of start introducing aesthetic elements from cultures outside of just what's commonly understood in the West. So it's like, I don't want to dismiss it because it's from an aesthetic tradition that's outside of my experience, but I've never felt like the Worldbreaker skins were that innovative. Like, they all feel like they're just kind of relying on the stereotypic tropes of the perception of like Mesoamerican culture. So, I don't know. Like, I guess they're fine, but they don't really do anything for me, personally. The splash arts look great. Like, I love the sense of scale on Scion, for example. Like, just how, because you have these tiny little humans, and he's just, like, sucking the life out of one of them with the tip of his finger kind of thing. That's really fucking cool, and he's accidentally knocking over a tower with his arm without even really, apparently without even really bothering to notice it. That stuff is cool, but, you know. Let's see, that's just the same thing as cosplay Veigar. So, these are just, these are April Fool's skins, which I usually don't have that much to say about them. Because, like, they're, oh yeah, it's Tristana, but she's wearing, like, a Kigurumi thing for Pengu of TFT. And here's Veigar, he's dressed up as a Fury Horn, he's got a spatula, TFT memes. So I don't know much to say, but they're cute, they're adorable. They're fun. Yordles, once again, most of the character design tends to happen in the face and the top half of the character, and this is certainly true for both Veigar and Tristana, because they're wearing adorable little fuzzy hats. But that's kind of it. Pajama Guardian cosplay Urgot, on the other hand. Oh, we're never getting Star Guardian Urgot. The meme is dead, you guys. They killed it. They killed it. This is Riot's attempt to appease us and to make us please stop asking for it. So they gave us Pajama Guardian Urgot. There you go. There's your Star Guardian Urgot. Now shut the fuck up and stop bothering us. And that's, yeah. I guess that's all we get. I don't hate it at all. I don't hate it. I think it's very cute. I think it's funny. I think Urgot especially could use some lighthearted skins that are very silly. And it's really hard to make that for Urgot because he's got 4 legs. Like, he's a crap man. It's It's hard to make something lighthearted and fun for him, and even here, with the frickin' 4 legs, he still looks a little bit weird and a little bit off-putting. Like not even 4 legs, it's 6 legs, isn't it? Yeah, like with the legs, it's too many legs. It looks creepy. There's no way to make him look cute without fundamentally changing the character model. So let's make it a meme. Let's make it a silly meme where he's like wearing a pajama guardian outfit because he's a huge fan of the Star Guardians because he just wants to be their friend, y'all. I'm a monstrous crab man with too many legs who wants to be your friend. Ha ha. So it's a cosplay thing and he's wearing little slippers. It's very cute and fun. I wish we'd gotten Star Guardian or got like where they actually like a proper like a legendary where they change the character model and like they give him 4 legs instead of 6 because 6 legs is too many. It's a spider. It's too many legs. I don't like it. It's a crab. It's a spider. No, don't like it. I kind of wish they'd gone like actually went in and made it like a proper legendary skin, but you know, it is what it is. I need to blow my nose. And I need to have some tea. Right, there was a super chat. Let me just, hang on, wait. And a donation. Oh, let me, okay. Right, Diego Hernandez, why don't you have memberships enabled? Because I have a Patreon. Memberships are like, YouTube takes 30% of them. Like, if you enable the memberships and someone like signs up for like a $10 membership, YouTube takes 30% of that. On Patreon, they take a small percentage, but they don't take that much. So for me, it's just like, if people want to give me money, I would like them, I would prefer that YouTube doesn't take that much of it. And memberships don't really give that many advantages back. Like, you get some emotes, and I could make videos public for members early, but that's it. So it's like, I have them enabled over on my second channel, because over there they serve a purpose, like, a little bit, cause like, but on the main channel, no. No, I don't want to do it, because it feels just exploitative. So that's why they're not enabled here. YouTube takes 30% of all the super chats as well, but at least in return for super chats, I get, like, it's a thing where I get a list of what have people said, and, like, and I can thank people properly. It offers a functionality that's useful during a stream. Memberships, not so much, I'm sorry. Right, moving on to Cosmic Lux. Both of her. So, I don't know really how I feel about Cosmic Lux, because it feels like the kind of skin that Lux got just because she's Lux and she's one of the more popular champions. And that's why she got the skin, because she's Lux. Like, and that's always, it always kind of sucks when it feels that way. Like where it's not really, the skin isn't really about the character, it's just about, whoa, there's just, they're popular and let's put one on them. And Lux is a meme in that sense because she has so fucking many skins. Because she's a popular character. And like, I always feel like, to a certain extent, that's fair enough because that is Riot's business model. That's the business model of League of Legends is, we sell skins and in return for that, you get to play the game for free. Which is like, you can argue about the ethics of adding loot boxes to that shit, but like, whatever. But it does suck when a skin feels like it exists because it's Lux rather than it exists because it's a cool idea. Because the Cosmic Lux skin is just, it's just like all of the other ones. This is Cosmic, this is Darkstar. But what's the difference between Cosmic and Darkstar, you ask? Well, it's Darkstar's purple and they have little black holes on them, and Cosmic is blue and they have little like galaxy spirals on them. That's the difference between, look, Cosmic Lux is like making a star or something, but then Dark Cosmic Lux is breaking a star. That's the difference between, wow. Where again, like, if you're gonna do like a corrupted hell version evil Cosmic Lux thing, you could do more than just like put her in a slightly tattered outfit and give her claws. Like, wow, look at the huge difference between these two characters, you guys. It's like they're completely different people. Wow. so different for 1820 RP. It's so, oh wow. Like, as there. Don't, I'm not really feeling Cosmic Lux. So, Darkstar Malphite, let's start with the Prestige skin. It's the same fucking thing, but it's gold and white, and it's a little bit more fancy, and I don't see the point of it. We'll start with that, but then I do like the concept of Darkstar Malphite, that he is like this living black hole. Like, just there's this thing which is a black hole around which a body has formed of, like, the detritus of destroyed planets that, like, zooms through the universe, destroying everything in its path. And he has this big, teethy mouth on the front of it. It's like, brrr. That rules. Like, I think that's pretty cool. As a concept, like, just this living black hole that acts like a battering ram through the universe. That's scary as shit. So that's pretty cool for a Darkstar thing. Darkstar Serath, on the other hand, is just like, again, it's like, this feels so much like base Serath in so many ways. Like, again, there's a black hole at his heart, which I like. I enjoy that. But it also feels so much closer to what Serath is anyway in his base form, that it's a little bit like, but then, yeah, it's just the same thing, but space-themed, that it's a little, I don't know. It doesn't seem to add as much value to the character as Malphite does. Like, Malphite completely changes the context of the whole thing, and Serath is just, what if that, but space dark. Darkstar Mordekaiser. He's a slightly different thing. Like, Darkstar Mordekaiser adds more to Mordekaiser than Serath does to, Darkstar Serath adds to Serath, in the sense of, like, okay, we have this floating armor anyway, we could put a black hole in the middle of that and make it like an evil space conqueror thing, but it's still not that inventive, really, as a thing. It's like, yeah, I mean, it's more different from base Mordekaiser than Serath is from base Serath, you know, but it is just like space conqueror, evil guy, kind of generic looking Galactus riff of some kind of thing. So I don't know about that very much. Anyway, here are some of the best. Like, I have a weakness for the D&D skins. I have a weakness for this cheat. Again, like we talked about with Arcanist, we have this sort of cheesy 80s Saturday morning cartoon version of a D&D aesthetic. And I think that's like, I have some fondness for that. I have some nostalgia for that these skins interact with. And I do like that they turned like perennial sad boy Talon. Like, he's so fucking dour in his base version. Like, he's such an Assassin's Creed edgelord into like an elven fuckboy. I quite enjoy that. Like, that makes him a little bit more fun, a little bit more silly to look at, rather than having him be all broody and kind of covered up. That's a little bit more fun. Tarek as a paladin is like, yeah, like, that's obvious. That's stupidly obvious. So let's turn him into a Fabio paladin. He's a Fabio, yeah. Make him a Fabio with his big hair and the huge jaw, and is like, I am Tarek. Like, that shit works. That works. That makes him fun and campy and kind of silly. I do wish his outfit was a little bit more, like, inventive all around. Like, it's because it is just base. Like, it's just Tarek's base outfit with a little bit of a slightly different fantasy aesthetic over the top of it. But yeah, that works. But anyway, I don't give a shit about any of that, because it's all about fucking Twitch Shadowfoot. Twitch Shadowfoot is, and I think I speak for everyone when I say this. Like, I don't think there's any disagreement in the community from anyone anywhere that Twitch Shadowfoot is not only the best Twitch skin, he's the best skin in the entire goddamn game. Because look at his adorable fuzzy little face. Look at how cute he is. Look at this little guy, his little eyes. He looks so cute. He's adorable. Oh, I really like him. Twitch Shadowfoot is so good. He's my best boy. He's such a good little boy. Look at him, his little happy face with his cheese. He's a good boy. I like Twitch Shadowfoot. I should also say I keep rats as pets, so I'm biased in this regard, but Twitch is the best little boy and nobody can hurt him. If you ever kill Twitch Shadowfoot in game, I will find your house and I will throw eggs at it. Moving on to Black Frost, and if you watched my skin line, like, rating, tier list stream back some months ago, you'll know that I don't really I don't really have any particular opinion about these. It's just, oh, it's what if ice, and also it's kind of scary ice, and then because like basically what they're doing is they're taking monster champions, like champions that embodies different kind of monsters, like minotaurs and like Renexionus, like Crocodile Man and Rek'Sai, and they turn them into ice-themed monsters that live in the Freljord, and they've been corrupted by Lysandra or something. It's, yeah, I mean, they look cool. Like I do like the shape language of, like, Black Frost Alistar, like, with these really angular ice crystal structures thing that goes on with his horns and stuff. That's pretty cool, but it's also, like, I don't know why anyone would have this as their favorite skin, you know? Like, anyone who'd be like, oh yeah, that's the coolest one. That's the one I'm so excited to spend money on. I don't really know. Is there anyone who feels that way? Someone probably, but I don't know why. Hextech Sejuani. Now this, again, like, if you're gonna have a Hextech skin, then yeah, let them ride a fucking Hextech mecha. Yeah! Like, that shit is cool. That's, yeah, that works gangbusters, and having her have, like, a Hextech crystal ball thing on the end of a chain, like, that's just the boar, like, just the Hextech boar thing makes Hextech Sejuani just a very cool skin overall. No model viewer? Okay. I feel like her outfit is a little bit basic, like, there's not, she's just wearing, like, a suit, a bodysuit, and then she has some shoulder pieces and stuff. And that's because, again, all of the focus is on Bristle. Like, all of the focus is on the giant Hextech boar. So I guess, yeah, they didn't want to go too hard on her character model, but, like, the fucking Hextech boar, though, yeah. Like, that is very cool. That is very cool. Let's see. Blood Moon. Yeah, Blood Moon. So, one of the things that annoys me about Blood Moon is that, like, the dudes in Blood Moon tend to have, like, these really fucking, like, hardcore demonic Oni aesthetic, like, horns coming out of their arms. Like, really sort of dehumanized, scary monster dudes with masks on, kind of thing. And then all the ladies are just like, tee, I'm wearing a little tiny half mask over top of my pretty face. Where it's like, it feels a lot like the Blood Moon skins for the female characters are much more interested in making them attractive, and the Blood Moon skins for the male characters are much more interested in making them look badass. And I feel like it should be evenly mixed, though. Like, some of the male Blood Moon skins should be all about being, like, horny, sexy, cool, demon, like, Japanese-inspired demon characters, and some of the female skins should be about being cool badasses, rather than being pretty. Which, like, that's just a minor nitpick I have with the whole Blood Moon line, is like Akali and Katarina and all of them they all have this fucking half mask thing going on because we can't cover up their pretty anime faces. Which is like, yes you can, that's what makes them cool, is they have the cool mask. So, I don't know. And I also feel like Blood Moon Master Yi and Katarina are a little basic overall. Like, just in terms of the character, like, it's, oh yeah, he's a Blood Moon guy with a sword, and he's got sort of vaguely Japanese Oni-inspired aesthetic things going on. Like, Blood Moon Tryndamere is a little bit more interesting in that regard. Let me see, where the hell was the Blood Moon Katarina model? I know I had it here. Like, yeah, it's, like, it's a little basic. They could have done something more interesting with her to make her look a little bit more distinct. Blood Moon Tryndamere, though, that's more interesting because that leans a little bit harder into the monstrousness. Like, that really does make him look like some kind of hell beast. And I do like the long, like, he has a long, sharp mask, like a bird beak, basically, kind of thing going on. That gives him his face profile more of a sort of a Tengu vibe, a little bit, just with a beak instead of a nose. So that works for me a little bit more. Like, that's a little bit more, yeah, this looks like an Oni demon summoned from beyond the veil of a, like, moon that hangs red in the sky. Right, Heartseeker, Yumi, and Jinx. So, I have, like, Heartseeker is a mixed bag for me overall as a skin line, because some of them are just truly awful. Like, Heartseeker Vayne is just awful. It's just bad. Like, there's no redeeming qualities to it. It's just terrible all around. And then there's, like, something like Heartseeker Jinx, which is, like, yeah, it's a really nicely executed skin. It looks cool. And I dig the energy in the splash art. Like, I really like them having this energy together, where it's, like, clearly Jinx is, like, more of a benevolent type. Like, still chaotic, but more of a benevolent type in her Heartseeker form than she is in her normal situation, where she has this, like, gal pal relationship with Yumi, the love cat or whatever. Like, this is very cute and very wholesome, and it looks very fun. But I'm also a little bit like, Heartseeker was sort of supposed to be this love-themed thing, like sort of Alice in Wonderland-esque, but also Valentine's Day-themed thing. And I kind of don't see that for Jinx's version of Heartseeker. Like, it's like, for Vayne, it's terrible and awful as though the Vayne Heartseeker skin is. Good lord, is it awful. You still get the sense of, like, okay, this is like a version of Cupid. And I can kind of see the idea of Jinx as like heavy metal Cupid, like instead of using a bow and arrow, she shoots people with a minigun, with love darts or whatever. I can kind of see that, but it's like, does it really work as such? She just looks violent. Like, it doesn't look like it's a fun, cutesy, sort of flirtatious sort of thing. It just looks, she kills people with a pink minigun. That's kind of what it looks like to me. In the splash art, it works better than in the actual character model. Like, here you get more of an innocent vibe from it, that she's just someone who goes a little bit overboard spreading love in the world, right? Like with rocket launchers and explosions instead of bow and arrow. In the splash art, it works a little better. In the model, not so much. And that's also kind of the problem with Yumi, is like, okay, how is this Valentine's Day themed, though? She's just a cute cat. Like, she's just a cute kitty cat. So, how does she make people fall in love? Is there some, what's the romance theme with a cat? And nobody post "a cat is fine too" memes in chat. Don't do it. I dare, no. Please don't. Ew. So it's like, yeah, I don't really know. Like, they're cute, they're fine. I just, in terms of what Heartseeker was sort of supposed to be. Also, no Shane Dawson memes. Don't, no, please, no. Oh no. Anyway, True Damage Senna Prestige Edition. Now, with Senna, I see more of a point. Where the hell is True Damage Senna base version? Is that all the way back? There. Because we need it for comparison. Because, like, here I actually see a point with the Prestige Edition. Because here it actually makes a meaningful change to the character. Like, this is True Damage Senna with, like, sort of a more of a street fashion vibe. More of a sort of, like, a little bit more sort of grounded, down-to-earth vibe. To her, she's still a pop star, surely, but it's more of a, like, a dancer thing that she's got going on. It's a little bit more grounded. And then we have Prestige version, which is like her, but fully blinged out. Like, blinged the fuck out. And that works for me. Like, that, yes, now we're making a meaningful, like, now it's meaningfully a Prestige character because they literally look more expensive. They literally look like this shit costs a lot more and is a lot more prestigious to be wearing, which is also, of course, because of the Louis Vuitton collaboration, I'm sure. But, like, this makes a lot more sense to me for a Prestige skin than most of them, where it's just, oh, but white and gold now. I don't know why I always get snotty when I stream. It's probably because I talk too much. I guess it messes with my sinuses or something. So, Dragon Slayer Trundle, I don't know. I don't have any strong feelings about it. Like, the Dragon Slayer line is pretty cool. Like, there's some pretty cool fantasy armor things going on there. Dragon Slayer Trundle, I don't know. Is he ice themed with the blue? Are there crystals? What is he? Is he an ogre? How does he fit into the dragon? He's like some kind of dragon riding monster guy, I guess. I don't really know what to do with Dragon Slayer Trundle. It's just, yeah, he's like a pattern after the Elder Dragon, I guess. And then we have Olaf and Diana, where it's like, yeah, they're Dragon Slayer. They have, like, armor with scales on it because, like, patterned after the thing that they hunt. And they've got, like, horns and, like, dragon aesthetics all over them. And they hunt them with these blades and stuff. Like, these have always been sort of very generic fantasy characters. Like, they're not bad. They're pretty cool. And if it's the kind of thing that you're into, this is probably cool stuff for you, but they're also not, like, they just look like they're all cosplaying as Shyvana, basically, which, yeah, that's cool. Oh, there was some donations I missed. Hang on, I've got a different list down here. Did I miss anything else? Oh, yes, I did. I missed a few. Okay, hang on. Let me just filter this shit so I can see what I'm dealing with. Can I filter this? Please let me filter this. I can't filter this. Okay, I'm just gonna have to go through this manually. Okay, I missed some donations. Let me just go back. Yeah, I think... God damn it, this annoys me. Okay, I think I found the oldest. I missed a donation 2 hours ago from Avink. Hello, hey Sky, this is my first time watching your stream. I just want to say I really enjoy your videos, and I think you're great, man. Thank you very much. And then there was one from Juggernugget, also about a couple of hours ago. You will never review these skins. You have to read super chat donations for eternity. P.S. You make good videos. That was Mareed X, who said, this is great, keep it up, thank you very much. And Space Drinks, thanks for the distraction today, Bub. Greetings from Twitter. Tell us about if you could have any custom skin made, what would it be? I don't know. I don't know how to answer that question. I never do. And then there was one from Evil Soli. Hello, Soli. Odyssey Jinx is the best skin in the game. Fight me, chat. I'll win. I have mod powers. Yes, you will win. It's a pretty good one. God damn it. Juggernugget donated. Yeah, what is your opinion on the newly announced Resistance Battlecast skins? They're, like, fine. Like, I think people got really wet for for Resistance Jace, which I understand. He's like, they clearly designed that one for the daddy appeal. For me, it's like, I've never been that into the Resistance Battlecast thing. I think they're just cool and badass, but they're not that interesting to me. Fume Knight of Shovelry donated and said, hello, I'm happy this stream is taking place on a perfectly random and uneventful day. And GMO Potato, Coven Morgana is the hottest skin in the game. No, you can't change my mind. By the way, great stream, man. I hope you're doing great. Thank you. And then there's from Jesper. Hey, yo, Sky, I just wanted to thank you for being literally the best YouTube content creator. Oh, now, that's not true, but I'm flattered that you think so. I try. Thank you very much. Hope Corona is not hurting your everyday too much. Skål for Roskilde. It's good. And no, I mean, I'm a hermit. I live in my room and I make YouTube videos, so like I'm probably one of the best protected people on the planet from the ravages of COVID. Anyway, Dragon Slayer, Olaf and Janet, they just look like they're doing Shyvana cosplay, kind of, basically. Moving us on to Guardian of the Sands, Rengar, Janna, Rise. And I really like Guardian of the Sands Rengar because he takes advantage of one of the fundamental aspects of Rengar as a character. Like, Rengar is a furry. Like, he's a furry character. He's based around a cat creature of some kind of large cat. So one of the most obvious things to do with a Rengar skin is make him a different species of cat. And so he goes from being like a lion creature, whatever, in his base form, to being more of a desert cat, like a serval, or some kind of, what are they called? Little dudes with the really big ears. Something. Or, as people are pointing out in chat, much like a Khajiit. Which is like the most obvious thing, I feel like, to do with a furry character is, oh, turn them into different species of the kind of creature that they are. Like, with Nasus, I'm amazed that, like, they kind of do that a little bit with Nasus. Like, I think Riot Nasus is supposed to be like a Doberman. A Caracal, yeah, or a Lynx. Is supposed to be a Doberman. I feel like they could do that a lot more, like to have like Rengar skins that turn him into different species of cat, large cat. One that's a lion, one that's a tiger, one that's some kind of like serval, jungle cats, one that's one of those like really big fluffy Athena cats, like they're really rare, snow leopard, that kind of thing. Like, that's something I feel like they could do a lot more with Rengar skins, just to make him different species. It's such an obvious thing. So I really like Guardian of the Sands Rengar because he looks like a desert cat. Hey, that makes sense. That's cool. Siamese Rengar, that would be awesome. Then I have slightly different feelings about the Janna and the Rise skins because they're like, because Guardian of the Sands is all about Shurima. Like, it's all about Shuriman aesthetics and like sort of ancient Egyptian tomb thing going on with like tomb guardians and stuff. And then it's like, does Janna look like that? It's like, where's the Egyptian aesthetic of Janna here, really? Is there, I don't know. And the same thing with Rise. It's like, does that look like it's some kind of ancient tomb guardian of some quasi-Egyptian, North African, East African kind of civilization? No, like they're white. Why are they white? Like, this is supposed to be Egypt, North Africa. It's weird. I don't know. They're cool, but they're like, I feel like there's a lot of stuff that just doesn't make a lot of sense about them. Okay, moving on to Mecha Kingdoms, which is an interesting skin line in a few ways, because like Mecha was already one of the popular skin lines in League of Legends. Like they got a lot of mileage out of the Mecha line, especially in the aftermath of Pacific Rim. Oh my god, Scott, you can't just ask why someone's white. Good reference. Like, they got a lot of mileage out of those, but then they come back and decide to make this Mecha Kingdoms thing, where instead of being like a sci-fi universe, they add this fantasy thing about, like, specifically a Pan-Asian fantasy thing, where these, like, it's about these fantasy kingdoms that have, like, found or created these massive mecha creatures to defend against some kind of horrible Lovecraftian threat from the ocean or whatever. Essentially sort of a Pacific Rim thing transplanted into a East Asian fantasy context, which is interesting and also a little bit confused. Like, because for some of the characters, like, you look at your Mecha Kingdoms Jax, like, here you can see the fusion going on, right? Like, the fusion of mecha aesthetics with sort of ancient, in this case, I think it's ancient Chinese, Korean, like visual aesthetics. Like, he looks like he's decked out like a warrior from some mythological version of an ancient East Asian kingdom of some sort, like some part of the Warring States thing or whatever. Not my field of expertise. Like, you can see that aesthetic is sort of imposed on top of the mecha, and that makes for a really interesting visual fusion where you have this high-tech mecha stuff combined with this traditionalist martial artist thing. But then you have something like Mecha Kingdoms Leona, who just looks like a Gundam. Like, she just looks like a mecha. Like, there's no... I get no sense of that fantasy aesthetic anywhere on Leona, for example. And I don't... Like, there's a little bit more of it with Garen, because he had... Like, you can see he's got this animal motif on the armor, and he's got a big sword. There's a little bit more of it there. But then, like, with something like Draven, who's a really weird fucking skin for, like, a Mecha Kingdoms thing... It's just like, it's just Gundam. It's just Gundams. There's no fantasy aesthetic incorporated into these character designs, really. Like, it's completely missing. And so, Mecha Kingdoms are a little bit... They're a little bit hit and miss for me. Because, like, the Jax thing with, like, oh, right, let's take, like, this mecha aesthetic, but base it around, like, Asian mythologies and Asian cultural histories. That's very cool. And then it's like, oh, no, let's just make them modern sci-fi, modern Gundams from Tengen Top and Gurren Lagann and whatever. Which is like, they're cool. Like, I think Mecha Leona is cool as hell. And I think, like, Mecha Kingdoms Set has a little bit more of that fantasy vibe. I think they're cool as hell. And I always like mecha skins in general. But it's like... Where was all of that fantasy aesthetic? Wasn't that the whole point of it? Wasn't it to have this fantasy aesthetic? That's the thing that's supposed to make them different from the normal mecha skins, right? So where is that on the other ones? Yeah, so that's a little bit disappointing, frankly. Right, what's another super chat? I'm trying not to miss any more right now. Howdy, thanks for the stream on this totally normal and not at all eventful day. Question, which skin is, in your opinion, radiates the biggest daddy-mommy energy? Ooh, actually, that's a good question, because that's a very specific thing. This is from Not the Bard. Which one has the biggest daddy-mommy energy? Good question. Because that kind of depends on what you mean by daddy-mommy energy. Because, like, Santa Brom, like as someone says in chat, Santa Brom definitely has a certain kind of daddy energy. Like, that's the sort of the older, more mature, experienced, like, big, buff, like, daddy guy who can, like, hold you in his arms and make you feel safe and also pound you into the pavement until you can't stand. Like, he has that kind of energy. And then you have something like we talked about with High Noon Senna, who has the mommy energy specifically of, like, a mommy dom. Like like, get on your knees, you filth, clean your room, and then, you know, that kind of thing. But there's the other mommy energy, which is the one that's all about, like, being nurturing and kind and, like, let mommy take care of you kind of thing. Which, like, what skin has that energy? It would have to be a Sona skin of some kind, I figure. Maybe we'll find it as we go along. We can talk about it later. Let's see. Night Building Rengar's Vow. Donated. More like Mecha Kingdoms, yeah. Yeah. Boom. Got him. Right. Moving on to Freljord Silas, the rare lore skin, which is basically just like, what if Silas, but he had been in the Freljord for a while and he had to change his clothes a little bit. And I think it's very cool that Silas actually got like a lore progression in a skin that actually sort of coincides with progressions in his character and stuff that he's doing in the world. But it's a thing I wish Riot would do more, but that means I also kind of have to criticize it by the same time. Like, normally with skins, I don't criticize them from the point of, like, oh, this is impractical, or that's too sexualized and it doesn't make sense. I don't really criticize them from that perspective at all, because no, why would I? These like alternate fantasies, you can do silly stuff there and I don't have to be so serious about it. But because this is a canonical lore skin, this is what Silas actually looks like when he's in the Freljord, I have to be like, why the fuck is he not wearing proper clothes? Like, why isn't he wearing, like, something proper for the Freljord? Why isn't he wearing... He just has this fur collar and a hood. And nothing on his arms and nothing on his midriff. And it's like, I know there's a point in the story where he captures, like, Iceborne magic from one of the Iceborne, which makes him resistant to cold, but all of the Iceborne in the Freljord still wear normal clothes. They still wear warm clothing because they're not stupid. They don't walk around in a blizzard just because they can. They walk around in blizzards wearing warm clothing because they resist cold. They're not immune to it. They are just resistant to it. So they still get cold. It's still unpleasant. So they put clothes on because they're not idiots. Like, so why isn't he doing that? Like, why does he bother to put on a big fur collar, but not like an actual set of clothing at all? It's annoying because, like, Riot have been really, really consistent, and they've been really good at, in the Ash Warmother comic and in all the media surrounding the Freljord, like in if you look at Legends of Runeterra, even Iceborne characters will wear sensible clothing in a blizzard because, of course, they do. They live in a culture where that's what you do when it's cold. So why is he running around with his fucking bare midriff and thing? And I know it's because people thirst about Silas a lot, probably, or whatever, but yeah, if this is lore canon, then I have to criticize it the same way I do the base character designs. And from that perspective, it's dumb. So, Sugar Rush. A skin line that I really like, but I think most people kind of hate. Just because of Candy King Ivern and because it's so dumb. Like, Sugar Rush is a dumb skin line. It's so dumb. Like, it's 100%, it's that one, is it a Silly Symphonies or a Merry Melodies? I can't remember, but it's that one, like, early 1940s review cartoon where everybody is in this candy land and everything's made of candy and that's the whole gag and the whole joke. It's... And it's very dumb. Like, look at fucking Braum in all of these. Like, look how dumb he looks. It's silly, and it's completely cheese, and it's dumb as hell. I really like it, but I feel like it's not the most popular skin line that Riot have ever made. Because, like, look at Six. Look at this fucking abomination against nature who's wearing, like, sugar candy canes on his eyes instead of goggles. Like, oh, it's awful. It's so dumb. I like it. I love it. It's so dumb. And I do approve. I do approve that within the whole, like, we have this candy universe, that Evelyn is still incredibly horny. Like, I like that. I like that we still have this super horny version of Evelyn, which is like all about what if food kink? Like, do you have a food kink? Oh, let's play with the food kink kind of thing. I approve of that fully. I think that's very funny also, but it's still also very dumb with the fucking strawberry buns in her hair and like the macaroon edging around her French maid outfit, which she's wearing for some reason. A French maid outfit, because why? Because I don't know, it's horny. Fuck it. I approve of it fully, I love it, but it's also so dumb in the best possible way. Oh yeah, and then there's Cillian, who I don't like that he has pronounced lips. Oh no, don't give him those lips. Don't do that. That's not good. I don't like that at all. But yeah, it's like, it's so dumb and cheesy and over the top and silly. He's a candy wizard. Yay, the candy wizard, children. But it's like, when you look at him in game, like, you can see the textures on his model are really nice. But you can also just see how old and crap the model itself is. Like, the arms and the hands and stuff, like, ugh. But yeah, it's like, Sugar Rush is dumb and fun, and I like it a lot. It's extremely funny to me. So, let's see. And we get the Nightbringer characters and Dawnbringers. Which, we might as well start with, where is, yeah, with Dawnbringer Soraka. Okay. Why? What the hell is the hotkey for muting this? I'm hitting some kind of hotkey. But I don't have a hotkey for mute. I don't have one, do I? No, I don't. I don't have a hotkey for mute. Oh, no, wait, I do. I do have a hotkey for mute. There it is. There we go. Fixed it. It's not going to happen again. Anyway. Dawnbringer and Nightbringer Soraka. They're just the same, like, look how different they are. It's Cosmic Lux, Dark Cosmic Lux all over again. Because it's just like, what if exactly the same fucking character, but we changed the colors a little bit and gave them very slightly different outfits? And then we pretend that that means they're completely different, and they're not the same at all, and they're polar opposites. And they're just like, ooh, they could not possibly be more different from one another. One of them is a Lightbringer, and the other one is a Nightbringer. No, it's... And I find this so lazy. Like, I find this so boring and lazy and uninteresting. Because, like, yes, have Dawnbringer Soraka, and she's all beautiful and gorgeous, and, like, she's got this blue healing magic, and she's concerned about fixing the world and bringing people together. And then do Nightbringer Soraka, where she's a fucking terrifying demon. Where her face is like half torn off and there's dark energy in there, or she has claws and horns and spikes, or like do something to make her the opposite of the other one, so that they look meaningfully different instead of this palette swap bullshit. And for 1820 RP for a legendary skin, this is bullshit. Like, this is, no, that's not player experience first, Riot. This is, no, fuck that. You know better than this. You can do better than this. This is just some fucking gacha game. Oh, these are two different characters in our gacha game palette swap bullshit where one of them is 10 times more powerful than the other one because of no fucking reason. So no, Dawnbringer Soraka is just crap. Like, for a legendary skin, it's crap. If it had been, like, these are chromas. Like, they're chromas of each other. They're just chromas of each other. So it's like, no, I will not entertain this bullshit. So, let's move on to Nightbringer Aphelios, who's a substantially better version of Nightbringer Soraka, because Aphelios also has this, he's the Nightbringer, he's like the dark guy, and then his sister is the light side of it. So there's this duality of character where, like, he's the Nightbringer who's guided by the light, and that means he has this tragic relationship with his sister, with who he loves, he can never be together, that kind of shit. And you get to see that on the character model with him having these edgy bad boy tear streaks coming down his face because, like, he's dark and he's edgy, but he's also sad. Like, which I'm making fun of it a little bit, but that's a valid fantasy. Like, that's something that, like, a lot of people find really, really appealing and fun, to have this, like, tragic, dark, brooding hero kind of guy. That's really popular, and it's popular for a reason. It rules. Like, that works. It's a good deployment of exactly the same dynamic between light and dark, to inject this sort of, like, cosmic tragedy narrative into the middle of it. That works fine for me. So Nightbringer Aphelios, pretty good. So, Nightbringer Vladimir suffers from the problem that he's a Vladimir skin, which means that his character model is kind of garbage. His character model is just kind of ass. Like, Vladimir's character model is really old, it desperately needs an update, and you can see that here. If you look at his hands, what the fuck is this hand? What is this giant bear paw of a thing doing on this delicate, tiny little soft boy character? What is that doing there? Well, it's because Vladimir's character model has huge fucking hands because of the spikes. So, yeah, and you can see that on his arms as well. You can see how the arm grows thicker. Like, even the bits that aren't, like, the collar on his fucking stupid aristocrat outfit in the base game just gets bigger and fatter, because it's like, no, it's not. And that's not really Nightbringer Vladimir's fault, it's just because he has a crappy character model. The splash art is better, because again, here's a legitimate fantasy where it's like, where he's this, like, dark aristocrat, evil bad guy character who's, like, casting magic and got cleavage, like, all the way down to the top of his crotch on his coat because he's, like, dark and sexy and edgy and handsome. Like, that shit works. Like, yeah, it's fine. It's nothing exceptional, but it's fine. It works. He has this edgy bad boy emo energy about him that probably works for a lot of people. Then there's Dawnbringer Nidalee, who I don't really see what the point of her is so much. Like, she has, like, even within, like, I can see, like, Vladimir as this dark aristocrat character, right? He's leading this army of the damned, or whatever, the evil people, to crush the resistance of the good people. Like, I can see his role as an archetypal fantasy villain character in the narrative of Dawnbringer, Nightbringer, that whole cosmic conflict between light and dark thing that they've got going on there. But then there's Dawnbringer Nidalee, where it's just like, is she a protagonist? Or is she like a secondary hero character who, like, is she, what is she in this version of the, like, what is she in this alternate universe? What kind of character role does she occupy? And then there's also yeah, we should probably tackle this if we're gonna talk about Nidalee at all, actually. Let's do this. Because Nidalee is, in her base form, patterned after, like, Asian subcontinent, like India, Bangladesh, Pakistan, somewhere in Southeast Asia, kind of that kind of character. Like, that's her racial coding, and I've spoken at length about the yikes colonialism factor in a lot of what her character design is, but that's who she's racially coded after, right? That's who she's supposed to be, except, like, half the fucking time, Riot just makes her white. Which is like, ooh, that's a bold move, Cotton, to whitewash one of your own characters in, like, half of her fucking character skins. And then sometimes they just make her North African. And like, then they make her white again, and then she's Asian. All like she's like East Asian Chinese all of a sudden, which is not the same as being like Indian or Tamil or. So like Nidalee is one of those characters where it's like, oh boy, like that's a minefield and a half, and I'm not really like. I am none of those races. I'm white, but you know, I'm none of those races. I'm not fit to comment on like the ethics specifically of this stuff. I'm just saying, it's like, Riot, you're walking into trouble. Why are you doing this? why would you expose yourself to this? Just for fucking skins? It's like it's a Scarlett Johansson thing. It's not a good idea, and she also seems to be maybe not necessarily Caucasian, but definitely not Southeast Asian in Dawnbringer, which is another one of the problems. And this is something that you can say for a number of Riot's characters, is that they tend to be, let's call it, ethnically flexible between their different skin lines. It's less obvious with Karma, I think, here, but she does, like, there's a tendency for Karma skins also to have somewhat brighter skin tones than she does in her base skin. And it's, oh shit, didn't mean to do that. And it's a little bit, little itty bitty yikesy bikesy. Okay, what page were we on? 5? Nope. Because, like, they don't do it with Senna. Like, Senna does not look different in her true damage skin at all. And they don't do it with, like, Akali and other characters. It's just some of their characters, sometimes it's just like, oh, we'll just change her race completely. And it's like, oh, that's a boy howdy. It's a choice. But yeah. Not really for me to lay out the whole of that, but let's see. So here we have Victoria's Aatrox, and I remember that there was a bunch of complaining about Victoria's Aatrox when he came out. A lot of people felt like he looked too close to Justicar Aatrox, which, like, I can kind of see that. Like, it's the same color scheme with, like, a lot of gold and sort of, he's got this angelic thing-ish going on. I can kind of see that. I do feel like it was different enough. Like, it this much more has sort of a conquering hero, sort of pan-Roman-inspired military uniform, West European kind of style of aesthetic over the top of it, that it feels different enough for me. So, like, I don't know if I fully agree with those criticisms. I do like the use of purple, like royal, imperial purple and royal blue over the top of, like, with this white angelic stuff to, like, to really cement him in this sort of, this pantheon of royalty and the likes. It's a fine skin. Like I said, the Victoria skins and, like, the season reward skins, I don't have much of an opinion on them. And again, Prestige Pulsefire Thresh is, like, I guess he has a slightly cooler lantern. But other than that, I think it's kind of dumb and pointless, and I don't know why they did it. I don't know why most of the Prestige skins exist, except to be more expensive for no reason, but whatever. Let's see. Hextech, Pulsefire Thresh is interesting from a lore perspective, because as I recall the lore, he's supposed to be, like, the highest one of the highest authorities in the Pulsefire Squadron. He's like this ancient artificial intelligence character who, like, guides the Pulsefire Time Police people to help them find stuff, or something along those lines. But what I really like about him is, like, the way that they implemented his skull thing. I wish we had a model view of it. We'll get to Swain, don't worry. I didn't skip him. I just decided to tackle these ones. I do like how they decided to implement the floating skull thing, and, like, base Swain has these hooks, right, that come off his skull, just to emphasize even more that he's a hook character. But then here with Pulsefire Thresh, we get this sort of bird beak kind of thing. Always gives him sort of an owlish look a little bit coming out of it, and then these, like, holographic tendrils or whatever that come off. Like, it's got a really cool look to it. I do wish that more of that aesthetic carried over into his body, because in his body, he just looks like a normal cyborg. Like, he just looks very human, very humanoid. Where I kind of wish a little bit more of that monstrousness was carried over into the way that he looks otherwise. But it's a really cool, like, just the skull thing that they've got going on here really redeems a lot of, like, the rest of his outfit is kind of boring, but that shit there really works. Like, that thing, I think that's really cool. Right, Hextech Swain. We talked about True Damage Senna already, but we'll talk about her a little bit more, I guess, along with the rest of the True Damage skins. So, like, Hextech Swain is like, it's like he's really leaning into the Lucius Malfoy here. He was already Lucius Malfoy. Like, they really leaned into that Silver Fox daddy thing with him a lot. Sort of this conniving, scheming aristocrat character who, like, rules through military might. Hextech Swain is sort of just like that, but blue and some gold. And that's kind of it with him. Like, he's just the base Swain with a little bit of Hextech aesthetic thrown over the top of it. And I feel like it's unimpressive, like, in terms of again, this thing about differentiating the skin from the base character. It's a little bit unimpressive to me. Like, I feel like you could do more to make him, like, Hextech themed as different from the aesthetic of base Swain. But a lot of people want to fuck him, so I guess that makes it okay. Right, so, True Damage Senna, and I should get the rest of the True Damage skins up anyway. We might as well talk about those together. And we'll start with True Damage Yasuo, who's pointless. Like, I know that the idea of Yasuo is that he's the producer, like, the superstar celebrity producer, like, who does, like, EDM stuff in the background of the stage and thing. I get the point of him. I get the idea of, like, he's sort of a Deadmau5, like, Marshmallow, those kinds of characters, but transplanted into that particular aesthetic. I think it's funny that they gave him the little speaker shoulder pad thing going on, but he's also, like... He's also just boring? Like, he's just the most boring of all of the True Damage characters, both in terms of his fashion and just in terms of like, his concept, because he's just, like, some dude in hammer pants and a jacket that wears a mask and headphones, and he has a sword for some fucking reason, that he uses, I guess, to do something on his console to... What does it do? Does it increase the pitch of the music, speed, whatever? I don't know. But True Damage Yasuo was a little bit superfluous to me. Like, I see the idea, but ultimately it's shook out a little bit boring. I feel like some other character could probably have been better put in the producer role than Yasuo, because Yasuo kind of has to have the fucking sword, and how the fuck does he have a sword? Like, I don't know. Anyway, True Damage Kiana, on the other hand... Again, it's a little bit like I don't follow pop music much. So I can't speak to the fashion thing at all about how well this reflects modern pop culture as such, because I'm very old and I have not listened to the radio since 1935. But as far as I can read on it, like, Kiana here, True Damage Kiana does a really good job of approximating, like, the look of a modern R&B pop star. That kind of thing, like, with very extra, like, very bold fashion choices. Lots of gold, lots of glitter, lots of, you know, rings and stuff. Yeah, I mean, I think it works. I think the music video is fucking hell. It's just fucking brilliant as hell. And again, one of the prestige skins that actually makes some goddamn fucking sense, because they got Louis Vuitton to design the outfits for them, so there's a meaningful difference between the base version and the prestige version that isn't just, oh, this one is white and gold. Especially, like, in the changes to the design of her ring, which again appropriates the aesthetic of Louis Vuitton being this high-quality brand, which it's not, but appropriates the aesthetics of that in order to really sell the idea of prestige, of, like, this is the extra expensive thing. Yeah, leaks Nicki Minaj or Cardi B, something along those lines. Again, not super familiar, so I won't comment on it too much. And then there's True Damage Echo, who just kind of rules, like... Because unlike with Yasuo, who's running around with a fucking sword, right? Like, what the fuck is he doing running around with a sword? This looks a lot more like you can essentially, Echo has always essentially used a baseball bat. Like, that's essentially always been the weapon that he used. It's a magic time baseball bat or whatever, but it's a baseball bat, let's be real. And that kind of works with the modern street punk aesthetic that, oh yeah, he would be running around with some kind of bat with decals on it and like a cool customization scheme that's cool with his friends because it's, so that works. And like, yeah, this looks like credible street fashion. Again, not my area of expertise, but it looks credible. Like, it looks like the kind of thing oh yeah, like, sure. Like, someone with a lot of fashion sense would probably run around wearing shit like that. And then there's True Damage Akali, which is like... The trouble for True Damage Akali is that she's always going to be compared to KDA Akali, because they're the same person, but also because, like, KDA Akali was instantly so fucking iconic. And so for True Damage, they really tried to differentiate her. Like, they really tried to push her in a different direction, to do something different with her. So we got the little gas mask, we've got, like, much more of, like, sort of camo pants-ish thing going on. We've got, like, more of a sort of street tomboyish thing happening. And they got rid of the cap, they got rid of like the glowing mask thing, they got rid of sort of the techier aspects and sort of the street artist thing about her. And it's like, for me, when I see that, it all just feels like they're really desperately going, no, it's not the same, it's not the same as KDA Akali, it's not the same as KDA, it's not the same as KDA, it's not the same as KDA. And so I don't really get a sense of what it is, I get a sense of what it's trying not to be. And it's fine, like, it looks cool. I think it's a cool character design and a cool set of outfits and stuff, but it just feels so much like it was trying really hard not to be compared to KDA Akali, and it was always gonna get compared to KDA Akali because it's the same Akali, just in a different outfit. So, I don't know, it doesn't do much for me, and Akali was also, like, the least interesting presence on the True Damage track, I think. So, I don't know. Then there's True Damage Seta. We already talked about her a little bit. I like the street fashion aesthetic. I like with the crop top. I like that cool one-sleeve jacket thing with the scarf. That all works for me pretty well. They tried sort of to make her weapon, her gun thing, have like, there's a sort of a speaker cone in the middle as though it's some kind of music implement. And like with the waveform coming down the middle of the gun here. Is like a valiant effort, but much like with Yasuo, the problem is like this does like, what the fuck is this and how does that relate to a pop star? It's a really hard sell to make, but you know, it's perfectly fine. I don't really get super much of like a pop star vibe off her. Like she doesn't really look that much like what, at least in my mind, I would identify as an obvious like singer character. But she looked cool. Anniversary. This is a meme skin. It's like she's summons a giant Teemo who has mushrooms on his knuckles. And it's like, it's sort of a community celebration thing, 10th anniversary. Annie is like essentially a con goer, doing a cosplay of herself. In that way, or a cosplay of with Tipper's ears and stuff like that. It's cute, it's fun. I don't have much opinion on it. It's fine. It's a community thing about celebrating the League of Legends, blah blah whatever. With the low rent, the low cost Master Yi cosplay in the background and stuff like that. It's fine for those purposes. So here we have probably my favorite Halloween skin of all, which is Witch's Brew Blitzcrank. I think this is so fucking clever. Because Blitzcrank is already this big bulbous round character who has a really awkward character model. So it's like, you can't really do anything slick with that, or cool, because he's not that. His character model just isn't slick or cool in any way, shape, or form. So what do we do with it? Well, turn him into a giant walking witch's cauldron. And have a giant, like, burning eye, Sauron style, hanging out of it to make it, like, really look occult and kind of scary. Like, that, yes, you're adding something meaningful. You take the shape language from the original character, and you turn it into something that has a completely different context and connotation, and make him genuinely just a little creepy. Like, he's not super scary, he's very cheesy and fun, but he's a little creepy. Like, it's a little bit with the unblinking eye poking out of the front there. There's a little bit like, ooh, that's a little scary. So that kind of rules. I really like Witch's Brew Blitzcrank, because that's fun. Like, that's a fun skin. And again, you can see the model is still awkward. Like, Blitzcrank's model is bad and old and desperately needs a rework, but as a concept, that works really well. Anyway, Bewitching Misfortune has, again, one of the pointless prestige skins that just... It's just the same thing, except this one actually makes her actively worse a little bit, because this version of Misfortune is like the sexy witch Halloween costume, right? As like Bewitching Italy, like the rest of the Bewitching ladies, it's sexy witch Halloween cosplay. But then you get the prestige version, and all of a sudden she's just wearing fucking, like, leather pants, and she doesn't look like a witch anymore. She doesn't look like she's wearing a Halloween witch costume. She doesn't even have candle guns. Like, the candle guns are, like, the best part, is that she has guns that are made of little candles that shoot fire. And now they aren't even that. Like, they're just guns. Like, I like the Oogie Boogie hat, like that they do a little bit with a hat, but she just looks much less like a witch. And it's like, you just actively made it less, like, you actively diluted the point of the skin to do this prestige bullshit for more money for no fucking reasons. Yeah, whatever. Pointless and dumb. I don't like prestige skins, never have. We've established this many times already. Whoops. Anyway, base prestige Misfortune, it's just Misfortune in a sexy witch costume. Which, I like Misfortune in a sexy witch costume. I always enjoy sexy Misfortune skins, but it's also, I don't feel that there's that much to say about it. It is exactly what it looks like, and there's nothing more to it. And as always, I wish they would do more with the Bewitching skins than just make it sexy witch cosplay, but that's in the spirit of Halloween, I guess. Right, Count Kassadin. I sort of see the idea here of, like, Kassadin is this Dracula character, with the, like, bat wings, and he looks more like Raziel from Soul Reaver, really, than anything, because of the energy blade. It makes sense. Like, it's, as a Halloween cosplay thing for Kassadin, I suppose it's fine. It is a little bit awkward, like, because he still doesn't have any legs. I don't believe on his character model he has legs underneath his coat still. So it's, or does he? Maybe he does. Maybe I'm wrong about that. I might be wrong about that. Correct me in the comments. But it's like, there's sort of a point there that I can kind of see, but it doesn't really impress me very much. And yes, Kled is in the background riding a little bat creature thing, which is adorable. Right, let's get to some High Noon skins, shall we? So Ash is a High Noon skin that I'm a little on the fence about it, because a bow and arrow in the High Noon universe feels really like, if you wanted to create an indigenous character, I suppose that would be the stereotypical way to portray them, which is probably for the better that they didn't. But it feels a little weird. But there is a point to that, because Ash, specifically in the High Noon universe, unlike all the demonic characters who are very heavily identified with industrialization, right? Like, they're heavily identified with, like, guns and technology and railways and all of that shit. You have Ash, who's an angel, specifically, well, a fake angel. She's a robot angel that was created with some... She's an angel. Like, that's essentially it. And so they're trying to differentiate her from the demonic characters by having her not have tech, but have something that is that is less corrupted by industrialization. So bow and arrow rather than guns. And it's like, yeah, I can kind of see that. Like, yeah, I suppose. It would have to be expanded a little bit more with, like, I feel like with more angel characters in the High Noon universe that could kind of embody that side of it more. Like, it's sort of, Irelia was this knife fighter who nonetheless still had guns for knives for some fucking reason, which was a weird thing. So I don't know. Like, it's something that kind of works for me. One thing I will notice, though, is that on her splash art, her waist is smaller than the width of her fucking gauntlet in front of it. Which, like, god damn, Riot. Characters can be thin, it's fine, but my lord. You know that there's supposed to be organs in there, right? Anyway. Then we have High Noon Darius, which is interesting because, like, and again, that's the thing about, like, Ash is using this much less industrialized weapon in order to differentiate herself from the demonic characters, but then we have Darius who's using an axe, which again is like this very non-industrial weapon, and they've tried to make the axe look really industrial and sort of infernal looking by giving it these like really sheer straight lines and this like really like sharp shape design, like something out of Mordor basically. But it's still a little bit. He's wearing a bandolier with shells on it. What the fuck what does he shoot? He doesn't have anything. Even Aurelia at least had like chambers on her knife guns. So where does he slot those shells exactly? Where does he fire them from? What are they for? I don't know. It's like it's a little. I guess he has like a shotgun or something. It's a little bit. That's a little bit muddled. I really do like a lot of people find this to be very daddy. I'm sure, but it's a little muddled. Where like there's some parts of this that just don't really make sense with it. For me. Then we have Hecarim, which again is like, that's one of the things that confuses me a little bit about the High Noon universe, is that it sometimes feels like they can't quite decide if the demons are like old folktale demons, like Thresh and Hecarim, or if they are specters of industrialization, like Urgot, for example. I see there's a chamber on the... Is that a chamber? Oh yeah, I get it. I guess he fires it out of the axe has a gun in it, I suppose. Fine. It's still an axe, though. And I can't see a trigger anywhere, so I don't know about that. Okay, yeah, so High Noon Hecarim, because High Noon Hecarim and High Noon Thresh, they're much more like old cowboy legend characters, right? Like, they're much more like, oh, some cowboy was riding across the plains, and, like, the old Thresh demon got him with his noose. Like, that kind of thing, like this, like the Ghost Riders in the Sky kind of thing. And Hecarim, like, here we can see there's a chamber on his scythe. They're doing kind of the same thing of, like, it's a gun scythe, somehow. Where, again, I kind of wish that they would have been more consistent about, like, the demons specifically embody industrialization somehow, or embody, like, the fires of industry that are sweeping across, like, the pristine landscape of the West and poisoning it with, I wish that Hecarim is a natural choice because he's a horse who's also a person. So, like, it makes sense from that perspective to give him, like, a High Noon thing. In a cowboy universe, it makes sense to have a centaur there, but, yeah, I don't know. It's a little bit hit and miss for me. Like, the thematic consistency of the High Noon universe would probably have been better if they had known that they would do this with him, with it the whole time, rather than have to try and rework it into something else after the fact, but, yeah. Hextech Amumu. Poor little Hextech Amumu. He's a little Hextech toy, I guess. Sitting there, like, as a child is opening a new toy who he loves much more than Amumu, who's just sat on this dusty shelf, like, way above. No one wants to play with him. No one gives a damn about him because he's useless and pathetic, and no one likes him, and he's never gonna have any friends. Which is the only sensible thing to do with Amumu. What I really like is that he has the little tear mark in his eye sockets. Like, he literally has tears built into his eyes. Just to make him extra sad. Yes, tragedy. So that works. Like, he's cute. He's a cute little sad robot who, the Hextech thing. Again, as always with Yordle characters, including Amumu, the head is the main focus of everything about him, and everything else is just like, oh yeah, let's just slap some stuff on there. Who cares about the customization there? This is the bit that's important. Okay. So now we are in the Immortal Journey universe, which is one that's based very specifically, I believe, on... I think it's Chinese Korean folk tales, and fantasy universe is specifically centered around that. particular aesthetic, and that's again a field where like I don't have a ton of expertise in like East Asian mythology, so I don't know about any specific references that they're making. But as far as I understand the universe, you have these like magic swords hanging around. Like Janna is guarding this super powerful special magic sword, and there's like some dragon empresses and some, like a whole bunch of super powerful fantasy characters going on various journeys, doing various things. And here, Morgana acts as like an evil sorceress queen who's trying to prevent someone from doing a thing because of some reasons. And for that purpose, like, I really do like that they're using her wings to make her that kind of a character. Where did it go? There. Like, that they're using the wings that Morgana has anyway, specifically sort of to accentuate the idea of her as this supernatural creature that commands magic and commands an empire of fantasy creatures in some ancient, faraway, forgotten mythological time. Like, that works really well for me. Like, I think the wings are really cool and used really well to put her in the role of that dark evil empress kind of thing, without using, because she has some chromas that make her a lot darker in terms of her color aesthetic, but without using really dark colors to mark her out as a villain. Just having these like inhuman features kind of do it for us, and also her unnaturally long nails. It's like, this is pretty cool. If I knew more about the stuff that it's referencing, I could probably provide more commentary on that. But as like an evil empress character in that sort of universe, works for me. Then we have immortal, what's her actual name? It's Splendid Staff Narmi, who is like, I don't know about the mermaid thing. Like, something about her mermaid aspect of her being like a did the music stop? What the hell? Something about her being a mermaid kind of doesn't square with the whole, like, wearing, like, a really fancy dress outfit and, like, with the whole thing. Something about that doesn't quite work for me. I would have liked her more to, like, in the same way that other Nami characters have, like, used fish features to essentially simulate clothing over the top of the character model. I feel like that would have worked better here. Here it just kind of looks awkward that she's wearing a dress and also swimming through the air. Something about that visually just doesn't work for me. I find it hard to articulate exactly why. It just looks uncanny somehow. Fish titties, someone says. Yeah, I think we don't need that in the chat, but you're not wrong. I think there were some super chats I missed. Love your videos. Keep up the great work and hope you're doing okay during these times. Also, Dark Cosmic Jin, best boy. Oh yes, I'm looking forward to talking about Dark Cosmic Jin. He's good. Talmantis sent that one, and Dobromir Uzunov sent, Silas Pantheon and Graves give top daddy energy. Well, you would probably know that better than I do. Anyway, she looks good. Like, it's a really pretty skin. There's a lot of really cool, nice details. Especially, like, around, like, the stuff that she's wearing in her hair and the way that they use, like, they have the fishtail that she's got, have kind of the same... It gives the same look as kind of a frilly dress, and that's kind of how they're trying to square the transition from person to fish body and make it look smooth, essentially making the fish body like a dress that essentially acts as a kind of mermaid tail on her. It's just, something about it just doesn't really square for me, because this looks too human somehow. I don't know. Anyway, Valiant Sword Riven, yet another character with a entirely weird prestige version. Like, her prestige version is different enough that I feel like it's justifiable to call it a different skin rather than just a palette swap, but I really don't like Valiant Sword Riven. I really don't. She's so fucking pretty. Like, she's so fucking pretty. In a way that just feels like that's more what the skin is about, rather than anything to do with her story or the like the concept of the skin. And it's not even horny. Like, it's not even a horny character design. It's just, she just looks like she's supposed, like she's modeling for some kind of ad. Like, that's the thing, is like she looks like she's an ad for a perfume or something. Like, there's gonna be like a caption over here is like the scent of the ancient fantasy land, blah blah blah, wear fragrance by blah blah. It looks like Come Play My Lord. It looks like those generic Like those ads with like sexy fantasy ladies on them, and it's some kind of fucking browser game that takes all your money or whatever, installs malware on your computer. That's what this looks like. It's just incredibly boring to me. It's like, what the fuck is she supposed to be in this universe? Is she a warrior or a traveler or some kind of courtier, or where does she belong? What's she do? What's she about? I can't tell from looking at this. Here, she's just attractive. She's just a generic hot lady with a weapon who sits on a thing and advertises perfume or shampoo or, I don't know, air travel. Who knows? I don't like Valiant Sword Riven at all, because like Morgana, at least, like she still has this, like she's still very pretty and like very clearly supposed to be like part of the appeal is that she's beautiful. But at least she looks like an evil sorceress, empress of some kind, right? Like, at least she looks like that. Riven doesn't look like a warrior. She doesn't look like anything. Like, she doesn't look like a courtier. She doesn't look like a concubine. She doesn't look like a traveler. She doesn't look like a warrior. She just looks like a really pretty lady who happens to be holding a sword. Anyway, Championship Rise is a championship skin, which means it's some kind of cool, badass version of the character whomst looks cooler because he has more ornamentation on him or something of that nature. Not that interesting. Okay, time for some Star Guardians. Some Star Guardians. And yeah, I've spoken at length before about my mixed feelings about the way that Riot has handled the Star Guardian line. Specifically because the way that they've handled it is that they introduce Star Guardians, and like, they're these Star Guardians, they have these adventures and these internal tensions between each other, and this character dynamic, and Lux and Jinx are like rivals, and Jinx is like this wild card who doesn't want to cooperate, and Lux is trying to be the leader of the... They introduce all these interesting character dynamics, then they do fuck all about it. Like, they don't do anything with it. They publish like a couple of lore stories when they need to sell some skins, then they do fuck all, and then next year, we get a whole complete new set of Star Guardians, a complete new group with completely new character dynamics that never get explored and never get improved upon or moved around. Nothing gets done with them, and then next year they introduce yet another new set of characters about whom we just like, how the fuck do these relate to any of the previous ones? Do we have any reason to particularly give a shit? No, not so much? Okay, fair enough, fine, I don't care. Like, it's like, part of the hook of Star Guardians was that it introduced this narrative universe, like this magical girl version of League of Legends characters that you could see them do something with that story concept, and then they did fuck all with it, anything whatsoever. And now, by the time they introduced like this third set of new characters that I have no reason to care about, I'm just kind of checked out. So on that level, not a huge fan of especially the latest Star Guardians, because there's no personality lift to hook me in. Outside of that, it's like Star Guardian Nico is adorable. Like, she's very pretty. I do like the idea of having like a chameleon-based magical girl character, like to lean into that a little bit more. That's fun. That's kind of cute. I like that she has a little frog familiar that flies around with her. It's a cool concept. Wish it had more of a consistent universe to be a part of and for me to give a shit about, but it's a cool concept. And her prestige version is like, again, to me, kind of pointless, because it's just the same, but in white and gold. But at least they did something interesting with her hair, but that's something. It's something. Anyway, what I do like about the third wave of Star Guardians is that Star Guardian Zoe and Star Guardian Saya and Rakan are at least they're something new. They're villains for the Star Guardian universe. Like, they're antagonists. They're people who, like, actually, like, can add something to what the Star Guardian universe is supposed to, like, the storylines, the concepts, the stakes, the things that are happening. And the idea of Saya and Rakan, that Saya is corrupted specifically by Zoe. Like, Zoe has her evil, fallen Star Guardian magic, we'll talk about her in a second, has corrupted Saya, and Rakan is mostly following along. He's not really corrupted, but he's not about to let Saya be corrupted alone, so he's essentially playing along with the plot. And they sort of act out the role of stereotypical magical girl anime antagonists, and they're bullies, and they're sort of mean, and they're haughty, and they're the cool popular kids looking down on everyone. Like, they have that kind of vibe to them, and that works really well because Cyan Rakan already, part of their appeal as a champion duo is that they're that, like, disgustingly attractive couple who are just, like, all over each other in public all the time, and you just kind of get sick to your stomach looking at them being, like, so fucking in love, and you just know that they're having sex all the fucking time, and they just can't shut up about how into each other they are, and they have these stupid fucking couples rituals that they insist on inviting everybody else to fucking play along with. It's our 3-month anniversary, guys! We're having a thing on... reunion on the place where we had our first date, and we're gonna do a whole costume party thing. It's like, fuck off. Like, I'm trying to do something else with my life, you assholes. Like, that shit, it works really well to create characters who are essentially supposed to be sort of not evil, like, straight up, but definitely antagonistic and really fucking annoying. And that works really well for them. And that moves us on to Star Guardian Zoe, the fallen Star Guardian, who I really like as a concept, because this is again something that's familiar out of, like, anime aesthetics, and especially out of, like, Magical Girl. That's the word I was looking for. Especially out of Magical Girl anime, where you have this character who is, like, on the surface very cute looking, and, like, sort of, oop, that's not what I meant to do. Who's on the surface very cute looking, and, like, who should theoretically be innocent, but there's all these little details about her that just make her unsettling and kind of creepy, and, like, something that you just don't want to be around. And for her, it's like the fact that she's this child character, but she's wearing this really obvious lipstick, which is like, ooh, that's not quite right. And then we have the eyes, like, with the glowing eye thing that's going on, and the dark purple, which is already kind of sinister a little bit. And there you get into this sense of this thing as, this is something evil disguising itself as something that looks adorable. Like, this is a demon in a child's guise kind of thing. It works really well for the character that they want her to be, which is this ancient Star Guardian that's been around longer than any of the other ones, but has also been completely corrupted by the power of the Star Guardians, and like the sort of subtle cosmic horror at the heart of that particular skin universe that they wish they'd fucking explore a little bit more. Like, that works really well as this ancient cosmic evil essentially embodied in the body of, like, a small cute child who just doesn't look quite right because of those little asymmetries and weirdnesses. So that works pretty well for me. Let's see, the Infernal skins. We've already talked about these. I don't feel like I have much to say about Infernal skins. Like, yeah, hey, they've got sort of a demon hell aesthetic thing going on, and they've got fire on them, lots of fire, and they look kind of cool. And that's it. That's all that they really are about. I'm gonna make a weird... No, wait, I'm gonna turn off my microphone for a second. Just a moment. Okay, I need to get some water, and I need to do some stretches, because I've been sitting down for like almost 4 hours at this point, so I just need to get myself a little bit worked up. So I'm going to play an ad, and then I'm going to go get some water, and then I'm going to come back. So just a sec. Right then, let me just, I think my stream chat is frozen again because YouTube is a bastard. Yeah, there we go. Did I miss any super chats? Nope, I did not. Excellent. Let's just get that text off the screen. There we go. Right. So, Elderwood. Like I said, Coven is a skin line that I've had some trouble, like really, like that whole universe. Like, did you know, for example, that the Coven universe also includes the what are they called? Death Blossom characters, like Death Blossom Elise, Death Blossom Kha'Zix, I think. They're also part of that universe because it's sort of been thrown together a little bit haphazardly with some old skin lines that didn't really have a home otherwise. And so Coven for me is a little bit troublesome. Now, Elderwood, on the other hand, has a much stronger central concept. Elderwood is all about there's this ancient forest that has been alive, like that's existed pretty much since the dawn of time, and it's occupied by these ancient woodland spirits that don't appreciate intruders and will in fact behave like in quite a hostile way against them, but they aren't necessarily evil or anything. They're just like, they're alien in a really weird way. Like Vigar, who's based on funguses, has these terrifying Majora's Mask eyes and this fungus hat, like, that just makes him unnatural and freakish and scary on the screen. This is one of Vigar's best skins. He looks so fucking good in this skin because he's kind of cute at the same time as he's also horrifying and scary. Like, at the same time as you do not wish to fuck with this shit. He's also kind of cute in a sort of semi-fun way because he's so tiny. And he's got a little mushroom scepter, and he's got a little mushroom hat on top of his head, and he's got the giant eyes and thing. It's a very, very good skin, I think. And the same thing, like, even Nocturne has a decent Elderwood skin because this one, he doesn't really have to be a floating fart. He still has terrible animations, and you can still tell that his character rig is kind of... but I do like the whole, like, this antler skull thing on top of this wooden tree spirit that sucks the life out of people. Like, he has a fairly decent looking skin there, which is pretty rare for Nocturne, overall. Embodying some kind of, like, ancient forest ghost that hunts people who trespass on the bramble patch that he seems to live in, or whatever. And there's Elderwood Ari, which is like, yeah, sure. Like, where like, Elderwood Bard and Elderwood, Hecarim and Elderwood Nocturne and Elderwood, Vigar, you have the sense of that these are forest monsters, right? They're the forest spirits, creatures, some kind of eldritch thing that has existed long before humans were even a thing. And then there's Elderwood Ari, who's like, why, okay, she's just like a hot girl, I guess. But, like, what about all the cool monster stuff? Like, what about all the cool, like, sort of wood-themed and tree-themed weird monstrousness that's the core of all of the other Elderwood skins? Well, I guess no, she's just a hot girl who has some flowers on her, and I guess that makes her woodland themed because she's got some flowers on her ass and coming out of her ears. So now she's a woodland spirit, which is like a little bit, really? You just default to the fucking hot girl again? And as usual, like with skins, it's the business model. The business model of skins is to just make something that's broadly appealing and sell it to people. So I guess, like, fucking fine. Make the hot girl skin because that's what people want to buy for Ari or whatever. Okay. But it's boring, and I don't think it's very high quality. Then there's Dragon Oracle Udyr, who I don't know, really. There's another one of those where it's like, I kind of see the idea, I guess, but it also, in terms of the way that it's actually designed, it falls really flat for me. Because the idea here, I think, is that he's able to channel the power of dragons, and in so doing, physically transform various parts of himself into dragon parts to protect him. So you can see he's got kind of a scaly skin going on his immaculately muscled torso thing, but it's between the claw that's blue and the arm that's green and the purple torso, and then the completely normal face that looks like a normal human face, but then he also has dragon horns, and then he has these big, thick, braided beard thing going on. He feels very... he feels like an action figure where, like, you've just randomly stuck a bunch of different parts from other action figures onto him. And he kind of looks like that in games sometimes as well. Which is like, it feels a little confused. It doesn't really feel like, a good holistic design. Like, it doesn't feel like a design that has a strong central design theme. It feels very kind of slapped together in a lot of ways. That's like, not really. Anyway, Hextegramus, who is the toy, I believe, that replaced Amumu. Because I think that's the kid that like is lifting him up in Amumu's splash art. Hextegramus is fine. Like, he's a little Hextech robot creature, kind of, sort of ish. I feel like he kind of needs a face that he doesn't have in this particular version of him, but but yeah, he's fine. You can see Hextech Poppy in the background as well, in case you're interested in those little Easter eggs. It's fine. So, project. Why does it say that that's on my wish list? I don't have a wish list on Mobifier. So the project skins are one of those that it kind of suffered the same, again, like the Star Guardian, like the Odyssey skins, it kind of suffered the same problem in that the first line of skins took a lot of, like, put a lot of care and effort into establishing a really, like, an interesting universe with, like, oh, we have this project universe where there's oppressive government using cyborg forces to something, and some of those cyborgs have broken free, and they don't want to be project cyborgs anymore, and they're fighting the freedom fight for the thing. They put a lot of effort into establishing that. But then it's like, but then again, they didn't develop any of it, and they just kept releasing more and more skins, so they kind of bloated the universe without doing any storytelling to kind of spread that stuff out so that it all had a place relative to each other, so all the characters had, like, interactions that could make sense and would make for, like, a compelling hook for the universe itself. They just, like, they didn't release anything for Project unless they had some skins that they wanted to sell. And so, like, Project Pike is a really cool character concept in that he's like this broken heap of a robot cyborg man who was discarded, and then, like, his mind kind of broke apart, and his programming is sort of interfering with his human brain, and he doesn't quite know who he is or what he is and what he's doing in a sort of weird and disconcerting kind of way. And that's pretty cool. But then there's something like Project Aurelia, which is just like, it's just Aurelia in a body condom from the waist up, and then some pants, I guess, from the waist down, and she has a visor over a hood, or under a hood, because I guess that's futuristic, and she's got these holographic shields on her shoulders, and she's kind of cool, I suppose. She's a cool character who looks cool, and has some cyber blades. Where, again, like, if there had been a stronger central narrative, like, if we had a stronger understanding of, like, who are the good guys, who are the bad guys, who are the members of the resistance, who are the members of the oppressive government, what are their aesthetics, what do their aesthetics mean, like, how do their personality traits reflect themselves in how they look as characters, it would probably be a lot more interesting, but they don't, so it's just like, here is Jinx, but she's wearing cyberpunk stuff, and she's like an android robot with a waist that doesn't have any organs inside it, and she's unstable, and she has a mohawk. Whoop-de-whoop. Where it's, I don't know what to do with it, really. Like, there isn't a hook there anymore, because, like, especially with Odyssey, like, the original group of characters have a clear dynamic. They have a clear set of personalities, a clear set of clashes and overlaps, and a clear set of reasons to be working together, to be getting into conflicts, to be having adventures. With Project, it's like, Jinx just feels like, what's she there to do for the story of Project? Fucking nothing, really. Not really anything. She's just a cool skin. And she is a cool skin. Like, Project Jinx is a really, like, a distinct-looking character skin, and that's fine. But it's, if you Riot established Project as a narrative universe, and then they just kind of pumped skins out for it and didn't do anything with it, ever. And Project Akali kind of sucks, I think. Like, I don't think she's very good. Especially because of the color mismatch that she's got. She's got these dark red blades, and then she's got this gray, orange, and white and red bodysuit, and then she has blue hair. That's like, I don't know much about fashion, but I know a fashion disaster when I see one. What the hell is this color coordination? What's this supposed to be? I don't know. And again, it's the thing, much like Fiora, it's like she doesn't look so much like a cyborg as she just looks like a hot girl with a suit and like a visor on. Where Jinx at least like looks more plausibly like she's some kind of cyborg person, right? Like with like the cyborg arm and this thing that like might be your helmet or might just be her head kind of thing. But these like Irelia and Akali just look like hot ladies in cyberpunk gear, I guess. And then another rather pointless prestige version that I don't care about. Now, I do like Project Warwick a little bit better. Because, okay, here's something interesting. Like, this is this monstrous robot beast created by the evil government people who are doing evil stuff, vaguely some kind of cyberpunk oppression thing that's never really explored or explained. But here's this robot guard monster, this mindless killing machine thing that they just unleash on people that they don't like or don't want to have to deal with. Okay, there's a little bit of world building there. We get a sense of what this evil authoritarian cybercorp, whatever, are willing to do in order to achieve their goals. And this looks very brutal and scary. Like, this looks like a scary monster that they created to unleash on people for their own convenient purposes. Makes sense. That works a little bit better than just, like, cool-looking people in vague cyberpunk gear-ish. Right, Demacian Vice. So this is cheese. Like, this is just pure cheese, and it doesn't pretend to be anything but pure cheese. And for that, I can't help but love it a little bit. Like Lucian with like his big flat top thing and the little spit curl and this ridiculous pink jacket and the suit, like looking like the kind of cyborg character you would see in some incredibly cheesy 80s cartoon. And Garen supposedly looking like a cool guy, but looking like it's the Far Cry Blood Dragon version of the 80s aesthetic, right? Like, it's this hyper-stylized, extremely candy-colored, very silly version of the 80s Miami sort of vaporwave aesthetic made flesh. And I can kind of roll with that. Like, I think, yeah, that looks like a double act that would have extremely stupid, cheesy adventures and have, like, every other week they would have, like, a very special episode about why winners don't use drugs and why you should eat your vegetables, kids. Like, yeah, this looks like that, and it's fun, and it's silly. And it's hard to complain about that, because it's very complete. It looks like the thing it's supposed to be. So, here come some bad skins that I don't like very much. So, Kiana is an obvious choice for Battle Boss. Like, her personality as a baseline already is this spoiled princess character who, like, definitely is like, I'm gonna get everything I want and fuck everybody else, and I'm, like, hyper ambitious and kind of condescending and kind of a shit. So she's a natural fit for the Battle Boss thing, except I don't know what the fuck Battle Boss is supposed to be anymore. Like, Battle Boss Vigar, okay, he's like this sort of heightened, stylized version of a video game end boss. Okay, sure, that makes sense. What the fuck is Battle Boss Yasuo? What video game is he supposed to be from? Like, what video game looks like this? What video game villain has ever looked like that? What video game has ever had anything like, even in the most pixelated 80s drug-fueled arcade situation in the early 1990s, nothing has ever looked like this. There's never been a video game villain character who looks a shit fuck like this at all. And it's the same thing for Kiana. It's like, I played video games in like the early 90s. Like I was alive then. It didn't look like this. This isn't the arcade aesthetic at all, even a little bit. This sort of voxel pixelated Minecraft bullshit. No, this just doesn't look like any of that. Like Vicar sorta, because he's got the power, like Nintendo Power Glove, and he's got the references to controllers and stuff. Fine, but this shit is just like, it's like a Bowsette riff. Like it's a, except not really, because it doesn't even look like a female Bowser version. It's just this sort of faux pixel aesthetic that makes no fucking sense. And then there's crystals, because why not crystals? Sure. Yeah, crystals. That famous thing from old video games, which is cyber crystals. Yay! No, I don't like these battle boss skins. I think they're terrible. And it's the same thing for the arcade skins, to be quite frank. I know I bag on Kaisa a lot, but what fucking video game does this look like? This doesn't look like arcade aesthetics. Like, think of Arcade Misfortune and Arcade Ari. Like, yeah, like they're a little bit sort of pop stylized versions of it, but they do look like something that sort of vaguely resembles the aesthetics of arcade games and like the aesthetics of 80s gaming arcades. Who the fuck does this? What the fuck does this look like? What video game, classic retro video game does? We have this sort of backdrop of this Minecraft world with like the cherries from Pac-Man and the coins from Mario. And then she's in there with her pink hair, with her purple hair and her headphones and her leggings and blades and wings. I don't know. Just the arcade and battle boss bits of the League of Legends skin lines that just I don't know what the fuck any of it's supposed to look like. It's such a confused mess. Like, it feels like it's made by people who were like too young to ever have experienced any of what those aesthetics looked like. I don't like it. And I also don't like, I made a full video about this, I also don't like what the fuck Caitlyn's neck is doing here. Like, her tits are over here. This is where her torso is, right? And then her neck is like all the way out here attached to her shoulder. Which is like, what the hell? Like, it's a little bit more acceptable in this version because here at least you get sort of the sense that her ribcage might be somewhere in the vicinity of where her neck is. But not here. Like, here, her ribcage is down here somewhere and her head is just floating in space. Anyway, it's another pointless prestige skin, and none of this looks anything like any arcade aesthetic I have ever seen in my life, and it's bad, and I don't like it. Let's talk about something that's good instead. Well, maybe not yet, but we'll get there. So, Dark Cosmic Shaco, or Dark Star? Is he Dark Star or Dark Star? Yeah, he's Dark Star Shaco. Is like, fine. Yeah, it's like, well, he's got some knives with black holes in them, and there's a black hole at the core of his body. Sure, I guess that makes sense. It's fine. It's okay. I don't have any strong feelings about it. Like, Shaco, as I've said many times, needs a substantial design update just as a character. Darkstar Karma, I like a bit more, because like, this does look a lot more like the kind of thing you would imagine as some dark cosmic entity with mastery over, like, time and space, but evil. That works better with, like, the little black hole floating around, like, behind her on her character model, and, like, the fact that she has this floating head, like, floating over this void maw that constitutes her body. I wish they'd gone a little bit harder on that cosmic horror thing with the rest of her, instead of just giving her, like, a normal-ass body, which is what they've done, like, pretty much from the neck down, that she's been more fractured, like, she's more like floating bits and pieces revolving around each other through gravity. There are things you could do with that I think would be more interesting, but overall, a perfectly solid character design. Then we get Dark Cosmic Jin, and, like, Jin has good character designs over, like, I don't think he has a bad skin, Jin. Like, I don't think he has one that's really bad, like, that's really kind of, obvious and dumb. But so the story with Dark Cosmic Jin is that he used to be a cosmic character, right? Like, he used to be order, harmony, universe, blah blah, balance, keep together, etc. And then some shit got fucked up with him. Like, he got fascinated by some dark shit. He got fascinated by some bad things, and he started getting a little twisted, and some stuff started being a bit wrong about him. And then eventually at this point, he's just like completely fully into like cosmic sociopathy. And all of that gets communicated to you in his splash art, at least, immediately when you see that fucking face. When you see that slit of an eye thing carved into his mask, and the gaze that looks out at you from behind it, you know you're looking at crazy. Like, you know you're looking at fucked up. Like, you know you're looking at something that you don't want to be looking at you. Like, ugh. And that also comes across in, like, I like the multiple arms thing that he's got going on in his splash art, especially, like, that he's got, like, too many arms in this weird ghost way that's sort of kind of inappropriate. I like the robes, like the whole, like, he's got this drapery all over him, sort of as though he's hiding part of himself, hiding part of his intention, which is also the thing about the hood. And I like that he has the, like, he's got the black hole dark star thing going on, obviously, in his weapon and on his shoulder, but then there's also this, like, the clasps that hold his cloak, and this little thing that dangles off from his shoulder piece. They're not black holes in the sense they have this glowing or purple aura around them, but they're just these black voids. These black voids as though they're holes through the space and time itself. It's like, and the detail that he's kind of stepping out of this cosmic soup, like this nebula or whatever, it's like, gives him this kind of slimy feeling. Like he's this thing that crawled out of ooze. In a really nice, like, oh god. Everything about him just feels like, oh, this is bad. Like, this is something that you do not wish to fuck with, or be near, or to have awareness of you. It's like, oh, scary, creepy. Very good. Very cool looking, too. How long have we been going? 4 hours. Well, we can go for like 5 or 10 more, surely? Probably not. I can feel my voice is slowly starting to take a little damage here, so... soonish, I'll probably... Well, maybe not soonish. We'll see. We'll see how I feel. So, Demon Tristana. I like the skin a lot. I think she's adorable, she's fun, she's cute, she has this lovely little demon aesthetic thing going on. Again, the costuming is very simple, because a Yordle is mostly made up of their head. So we get a bit of, like, punky detail with the spikes on the shoes, and, like, this little sort of leather jacket thing that she's got going. It's a very cute, fun design. It's not mind-blowing. It's not, like, whoa, it's the coolest thing I've ever seen. It's just like, yeah, that's a really cool design for, like, a demon version of Tristana, and she's got this demon gun thing that she uses. Cool character design. I really like this skin. Right, I think I accidentally opened Nico's, Yumi's base skin. Let's get rid of that one. So, Battle Academia is... Well, it's like someone at Riot had been reading My Hero Academia, and they really wanted in on that, I guess. So they made another anime-themed skin line, and I'm kind of... Again, my mixed feeling about this is that, Riot, if you were gonna do this shit, like, if you're gonna go to the trouble of making Ezreal an anime protagonist boy, which, fair enough, that's a role he's suited to play. If you were gonna give him, like, Lux as, like, a sort of rival/love interest character as well, as a part of that. If you were gonna have Katarina be there as, like, the edgy, alternate waifu character for him. If you were gonna make Graves into, like, Captain Daddy, the daddy teacher guy. If you were gonna have Jace there as, like, the high school jock, super perfect character who, like, Ezreal is always trying to catch up to. If you were gonna make the brilliant masterstroke of turning Yumi into the principal, which I just think is so fucking cool, I think that's great. Like, that's such a fucking anime thing. And again, it's straight out of My Hero Academia. They stole that shit straight from there to have, like, the animal that can inexplicably talk be the headmaster of this hero school thing, whatever. That shit all rules. How the fuck do you not release a manga for it? Like, how do you not get in touch with an artist and sit down with a writer? If you're gonna do the fucking Ash comics and all the other stuff, how do you not, like, okay, so let's make a manga. Like, let's release a webcomic. Let's do a thing around this to actually develop the story universe, to give people some reason to give a shit about these characters beyond just their aesthetics. To say, okay, let's tell a traditional, typical shonen battle manga story of some kind and have some fun with it. That's always the frustrating thing, is that Riot are so willing to come up with all these cool ideas, but they never fucking do nothing with it. And it's just frustrating, like, because I feel like I would give so much more of a shit about this if I had a story to go along with it, rather than just the, like, surface aesthetics of the characters. Anyway, there was a couple of super chats, I think. Jay Navarro Balance, do you prefer the world-building approach that Riot takes with most skins, or you prefer to see more that stand on their own just as cosmetics? I would like them to make more single, like, individual skins that aren't part of skin lines. I would like to see them do more just individual ideas that don't have to have a narrative around them. Especially because, as I've described like 14 times now, I get frustrated when you do all of this narrative world-building nonsense with these skin lines and these whole lineups of characters, and then you just fucking let it sit there and die without ever touching it again. That just frustrates me rather than excite me, so, you know. Anyway, Blackheart, thoughts on My Hero Academia since we're on the topic? I like it a lot. It's not finished yet, so we'll see how it shakes out. It's doing some things that maybe I'm a little worried about, but I like it. I tuned into this about 3 hours ago and he was shitting on Ezreal skins. 3 hours later, I pop in and he's shitting on different Ezreal skins. I love the content. Yes, I will make that my brand from now on. I'm the guy who hates all Ezreal skins. Anyway, another kind of pointless, like, this Prestige skin has a little bit of a point, in that this is supposed to be Lux, like, on graduation, isn't it? Like, she's graduating at the top of her class as the valedictorian hero person of the Hero Academy. Like, that's kind of supposed to be the storytelling of the skin. And for that, like, yeah, sure, I guess it's a justified Prestige skin, sorta, kinda, fair enough. I can roll with it, it's alright. Anyway, I like the character dynamics. Like, I like that Lux is obviously like the obvious canonical love interest. She's like the childhood friend character, whatever. Like, she's the one that obviously is gonna have like a long, frustrating romance arc with Ezreal, where they sorta, kinda, maybe sort of realize they have feelings for each other, but then Lux is like, baka, and she tsunderes off in some other direction, and then Ezreal like is about to confess, but then he gets like pushed forward, and then he falls face first into her boobs, and then it's like hentai, or the ecchi, blah blah, whatever. Like, that shit, yes, sure, that works perfectly fine. Like, if they ever fucking did anything with it. But, yo, I can see the character dynamic there. That works okay. And Jace, I always like Jace the best when he's a fucking asshole. Like, when he's clearly the dickhead. When he's, like, when he's clearly the jackass that you're supposed to intensely dislike, because he clearly he has that energy, right? Like of like the big popular jock guy that all the kids look up to, and Ezreal kind of feels jealous of him, but he also just can't compete with him, and you're supposed to kind of hate him because he's like self-absorbed and arrogant. Yes, good character dynamic. I like that. Like, give Ezreal something to struggle against, especially someone like especially if Jace doesn't even care that Ezreal is trying to compete with him. That works really well for me. Katarina, on the other hand, is like, I guess she's the other waifu, like, she's more of like the badass battle waifu character, like the one who's not really a romantic rival to Lux as such, but the one that like is there so that fans can ship them and be like, oh, she's the true waifu. Like, sort of, I kind of guess I see that. Like, she's the sort of more dangerous, badass, edgy thing. I'm not 100% because she looks adult, like, she looks like she's 26, especially with that bust size. Jesus Christ. She looks like she's 26, and Ezreal clearly looks like he's 15. So it's like, I don't know that Katarina was really the best choice here, because she looks so much fucking older. And you can't make her look like a teenager. This doesn't look like a teenager ever. So, I don't know. A little bit. Anyway. Moving on to, like, obvious, like, they wanted this one to be someone that people thirsted over. Like, it's not a horny character as such, but it just has that aesthetic. Of, like, as people saying in chat, daddy grapes. Like, it has that daddy aesthetic that they clearly wanted, so that he could be both a teacher, like, he looks kind of stately and gentlemanly, but also that he has enough of that badass energy that he could be a battle teacher, right? So that kind of thing. And that's very much what they wanted from Graves, and that's exactly what they got. Again, there's probably a really fun character dynamic between Graves, who's like an ex-criminal or something along those lines, and then Yumi, who has some dirt on him and is forcing him to work as a teacher, and so they have this kind of, like, really, like, tense dynamic where Yumi keeps taunting him about his past and how he can't do shit about it, and he should better get to class and better prepare for the exams and stuff, and Graves just doesn't want to fucking deal with these stupid fucking kids. I feel like Skyne looks like this, Graves. No, I cannot claim that. For one thing, I'm not fucking ripped. For another, I'm not a redhead. And then we get Yumi, like, again, like the completely incongruous talking animal headmaster of this battle hero academy who's there for some reason and it doesn't make a goddamn lick of sense, but it's kind of just a funny anachronistic detail. That works gangbusters. I think that works really well. So yeah, again, Battle Academia, excellent skin line, I think. Wish they would do fucking anything with it. So, Conqueror Alistar, just another ranked reward, which means it's just the character, but they have some badass armor and some gold and red and say, whatever. And then we have the IG skins, which we talked about previously, is like, they have the same thing of like, they all wanted to have a uniform look so that they all look like they're part of the same team and part of the same aesthetic. And they got that at the cost of, like, they don't, like, this fucking Camille and Fiora just look like the same fucking person, right? Like, the same person in two different poses, essentially, is what they look like. Which is the cost of, like, because League of Legends, and this is something I have talked about so many times on my channel before, League of Legends women all have the same fucking body type. Over and over and over and over again, they have the same goddamn body type, they have the same face types. There isn't a strong physical differentiation between them, and you can see the consequences of that here, in that, like, you can literally, like, it can literally become impossible to distinguish who the fuck is who if you take away the costuming, if you take away, like, the superficial details that are layered over these fucking identical body types. You get this, and when I say different body types, I don't necessarily mean like fat, like, or like super ripped or whatever. I mean different body types in different body morphologies. Like, some people are more top heavy, some people have like broader shoulders, some people have narrow hips, some people have broad hips, some people have thigh gaps, some people don't. Some people have like slightly saggy arms or shorter arms or longer arms. There's all kinds of things you can do. Physical differences that are normal in normal bodies that don't make characters look like they're not conventionally attractive anymore, that you can implement that make characters physically distinguishable while keeping them attractive if you're so fucking concerned about that, and makes them recognizable from one another even if, like, they are wearing the same kind of costume and uniform. Like, where you could have body types that would make these characters actually, like, distinguishable from each other by something other than whether they have blade legs or blade in hand. I do appreciate the slightly, like, the more androgynous, tomboyish energy of LeBlanc. Like, there's a little bit of a sort of slightly more mask butch edge to her a little bit. It's a nice little thing, but yeah. And it's, again, they wanted the characters to all look like they come from exactly the same team. Like, they wanted the uniformity, and that works for the skin line. It's just, it reveals one of the underlying problems with League of Legends, which is that they fucking the same body over and over and over again, and all they do is just put different costumes on it, and it sucks. So, Galaxy Slayer Zed, I am not a huge fan of him, for the same reasons that I outlined about the other Odyssey skins, in that the original Odyssey storyline establishes that, like, we have the crew of the Morning Star trying to transport Sona to some place in the galaxy so she can save the world from evil, from whatever evil thing it is that Rost and Kain are plotting as they chase them across the galaxy. We have this chase story, right? Then they introduce Galaxy Slayer Zed, and all of a sudden it's like, wait, we had this storyline where it was Rost and Kane, they were the big existential threat to the universe, because if Rast gets his hands on the power of Aura, if he gets the hands on the Aura Gate, he's gonna open a portal to the Darkstar universe, and everything's gonna get all the way to fuck. Like, everything's gonna go straight the fuck to hell. Then they introduce Zed, and he's this galactic conqueror character who's also a fundamental threat to the entire universe, except he has no connection to the Morningstar. Like, there's nobody on the Morningstar, Jinx, Yasuo, none of them have any connection to him. They have no reason to know about him or care about him. He has no reason to be part of that particular storyline. So he's kind of this superfluous supervillain who's like a threat to the whole universe, except no one in the universe that we've been introduced to so far have a reason to give a shit about him. So he's this really perfunctory, superfluous character that I don't... He has some really cool effects. Like, his skin has cool effects, like with the magic suit that can kind of come off, and he has these spider-leg things that go on. Lots of cool shit. But he's so completely superfluous to the skin universe that I don't know why he's there. I don't know why they did that. Except that Zed is kind of popular, I guess. Anyway... Prestige, KDA, Evelyn. I guess that exists. Just Evelyn, but more boring. Like, this is just boring. Like, this is a boring Evelyn. Original Evelyn was interesting. Original KDA Evelyn. And this KDA Evelyn is boring. So. It's a Taylor Swift-looking basic white girl with too much nails. I don't know. Oh, hang on. Right, there's the prestige thing again. Now, I will say, I feel like... I like that the crown and the scepter thing, like make Fizz like the king dog or whatever. Like, that's a slight justification of it. Like, that makes it like, yeah, okay, that slightly makes it make sense. But again, prestige skins in general, I don't see the point of them. I guess they're popular, I suppose. All right. So, this is the cats versus dogs event thing. And I kind of like Pretty Kitty Rengar, because it's Rengar, but he's wearing like a cat pajamas that just makes him like he still has the same edginess of being like, oh, I'm a proud warrior hunter guy, but then that's completely undercut by the silliness of him wearing like a kitty cat pajama suit of some kind. The Yorick one, I'm less like... Meowric is like, like, it's kind of trying to do the same thing of undercutting like the seriousness of his base model with the silly cat suit, and like it's cute that he summons kitty cats and stuff, but it's like, I also I don't know. For me, the joke of this skin just doesn't really land. Like, I just don't think it works very well. As opposed to something like Corgi on a Corgi. Or Corky on a Corgi. G and K. Get those right. Like, that shit works because it's a pun. Like, it's a word play. Like, yeah, that's funny. Plus, it's a Corgi with a little wiggly fuss butt and is flying around with wings on it, shooting things. That's funny. Like, that's a kind of a fun, cutesy kind of thing. Whereas with Meowric, I feel like it's kind of because the suit is pink. Because, like, I feel like the other suits work better. Like, the ones that aren't, like, just... that are so obviously trying to be silly. Like, that... Not silly. It's something... It's just a little bit too much with the pink thing. Like, that feels... It's trying too hard. That's the thing. It feels like it's trying just a little bit too hard. And that kind of kills it for me. The other chromas make it better, I think, generally. Okay, I'm using my mobile phone right now. I've got a 4G connection, pretty decent. So my phone is doing the streaming right now. My modem, my wired connection fucking died. So we can't go for a lot longer, I'm afraid. Because the data cost is gonna absolutely fucking kill me, and I don't think my phone can take this level of data streaming for a long time. So how about we finish up this page with KDRE Prestige Edition, Arclight brand, Papercraft Nivea, Heart Piercer Fiora, and I think also Vi, who's just on the next page. We'll finish this up, just a few little things. And then I'm gonna have to cut the stream, because unless my internet comes back, I've reset my router. I'm gonna keep monitoring if my internet comes back on my wired connection. So if it does, we'll keep going. And if it doesn't, then we're fucked. So, yeah. All right. So let's try. Things are gonna go a little more slowly, though. Oh, boy. Hang on. Yeah, because it's taking everything my phone has just to try and stream this right now. Hang on. Okay, so it's trying to load. The question is whether my phone connection can even handle all this shit. Hang on, let me shut down some other things that might be eating internet connection. Yeah, damn it. Okay. So, yeah, my phone can't handle both opening new websites and streaming. So, KDRE Prestige Edition, much like the previous ones, other Prestige Editions we've talked about, is honestly just more boring. Like, it's just boring. It's less good in every way, shape, or form. Arclight brand is pretty good. Like, I generally like the Arclight characters in that they have, like, they're kind of basic in the sense that they present these sort of angelic, alternate versions of, these warriors of light in some alternate fantasy universe. Arclight brand is pretty cool. It's nothing mind-blowing, but I kind of like that they're there. They're kind of the same thing as the Infernal skins, in the sense of being these, these skins that aren't exceptional, but are just kind of cool. Like, they work together pretty well. Papercraft and Nivea, I really like. I really like the Papercraft line. Generally, like Papercraft and Nivea and Nunu and Willamp are, I think, the only ones that are in that line right now. But they're like origami Papercraft character designs for champions and stuff. That's a really cool concept. And it's executed on pretty well, especially with the really crappy character model that Nivea has to work with. Papercraft and Nivea is executed really well. Can I not open any of... No, my phone can't handle it. And then there's Heart Piercer Fiora and Heart Piercer, Heart Seeker, Heart Finder, something. Vi and Fiora. And again, we've talked about this sort of Alice in Wonderland, Queen of Hearts, sort of Cupid, Land of Love aesthetic that a lot of those skins kind of run around with. And I like them. Sort of generally they're sort of fine, but Heart Piercer Fiora and Heart Piercer Vi are good because they're the first examples of those fucking skins that actually include some sense of romantic tension, some sense of romance, because they're clearly very lesbian for each other. Like, just the way that whole, like, that double splash art is constructed is very, like, sword lesbian versus punch lesbian, and it's, like, finally there's some actual romantic tension between some of these fucking characters. Like, finally there's a little bit of, instead of them just being, finally there's some actual romantic tension between some of these fucking characters. Like, finally there's a little bit of, instead of them just being, like, with Heartseeker Ash and stuff, and Heartseeker Varus, where it's just, oh, it's a Cupid thing. Hey, there's actually some romantic something there. Yeah, my phone can't handle this stream. Okay, I'm back, I think. I think I got it back. We're gonna finish this up. I think it was my wired connection was interfering. Yeah, the reason why I was having trouble, the reason why I couldn't load pages, it was because my wired connection was interfering with the tethering I've got going on my phone. I think it'll be a bit more stable now, so we might be able to actually look at some actual splash arts here, which would be lovely. And we'll finish up with Heartbreaker Vi, that's what she's called. And then we'll call the stream to a close, because, again, data caps. So, like I said, it's nice to have in the Heartseeker line, finally, a little bit of a romantic tension thing going on with the punch lesbian and the sword lesbian, which is like, these are like queer archetypes that exist within that particular space of romance fiction and romance storytelling that I really like. Like, I really like that there is here this little bit of that, there's a tension between, you can ship these two characters together. You can ship them together, you can have some kind of fun romantic storyline about them, which to me is kind of, that makes sense for something that's supposed to take place in this Valentine's universe of love. And I feel like there should also be like straight romances and like bi romances, and like that there should be more of that in the whole Heartseeker, Heartbreaker, Heart whatever skin line. Like that should be a part of it. But only really here with Fiora and Vi do we get to see any of that, and it's only implied rather than really sort of explicitly stated outright. But I mean, you can't look at that, like, you can't tell me you don't see that. Like, she's got the handkerchief and she's handing it back to her like she's a knight at some ancient like tournament or something. It's there, it's just vaguely implied rather than actually stated outright. Anyway, say hello to my desktop, everybody. As I accidentally closed down the browser. And yeah, I think do this actually. There we go. Anyway, my phone is sucking through data like absolute crazy, and my wired connection seems to be kill. So thank you all very much for watching this stream. I'm sorry I couldn't go on any longer. I got fucked by my ISP, I guess. And if, like I said, if people still need more distractions tomorrow, which is like not impossible, then maybe I'll do another stream of something. Maybe we'll continue this. Maybe I'll play some Genshin Impact, like I said. I don't know. I'll figure it out tomorrow, I suppose. And thank you all very much for watching. Thanks for tuning in and hanging out with me and distracting and helping me distract myself also from the everything that's going on. Like, comment, subscribe, blah, blah, blah. Patreon, blah, blah, blah. Monetization, etc. Remember to wash your hands and wear a mask, everybody. And, you know, try to act in solidarity with those people who are going to be working extra hard in the coming days to try and make the world, you know, a slightly better place. Good night, everyone.